Yo, what's going on, everybody? How's it going, Paula? Good to see you. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good day. I don't like to say good morning. It's not a morning. We're not morning. It's a good day here in Taiwan. What's going on, Browns boy? What's up, big dog? Yeah, that Jack Russell. That's actually Winston, my dog. He's not necessarily Jack Russell, but probably has a terrier mix, but he's mostly Formosan mountain dog. That's what they call Taiwanese dog. Taiwan is Formosa. Beautiful island. Yeah, mixed dog. What's going on, Steel Man? The Steel Man. What's going on, brother? R.I.P. Big Winston. You know, man. That's my dog. That's my dog. Winston. He taught me a lot. He taught me a lot about language. Today's episode is a language machine, right? Most of us are language monkeys, not really aware of what we're saying internally and externally. Yeah, so shout out to Big Winston for sure. There's Winston and Fin, my first dogs. There he is, good boy. Rebecca, my wife, she got him at during a hurricane out here in Taiwan. He was like, I don't know, maybe like 7 or 8 weeks. Some lady at her job had at the university. she rescued them, him and his sisters. He was the only boy, and Rebecca gave her a bag of candy, and we got Winston. Right, she got Winston, and then she raised Winston for the first 4 years in Taiwan. Then she moved back to America. We met, and then I was Winston. I was stepdad. Right. Yeah, and me and Winston had battles. We had battles the first year, especially. You know, he didn't get much attention because Sweetheart was working all the time, and this before I was there. So Winston had to kind of figure things out himself a lot of times. So anyway, so I had to. Am I even? Oh, this whole time was like. Hopefully, you could have heard me. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, yeah. That's Big Winston right there, huh? Winston and Fin. This is Gabriel Carbo back at it again. NPC at NPC the game. Today's episode is a language machine, right? There's Winston, my beautiful Formosa mix. He was rest in peace, rest in power, Winston. Maybe he was mixed with Terrier Browns boy. Good to see you, Paula, too. And Browns boy. Maybe he was mixed with Terrier. Steel Man, good to see you. Yeah. But I think definitely Formosan mix. Formosan means Taiwan. Formosan means beautiful island. And yeah. When like I was saying, Winston and I grew up together. He came here during a hurricane, a couple weeks old, rescued by my wife. 4 years later, ends up in America in the Bay Area. My wife and I meet at the yoga studio in Winston. And I'm his new stepdaddy. We had to figure things out, right? Well, yeah, that's my favorite dog. I mean, people say we shouldn't have favorites sometimes, but like, fuck it, man. I love Winston. That's my wife's favorite right there, Fin. After we got married, which is like 13 years ago, we got Fin. We moved to Oakland. We saw Fin on a rescue in Taipei, and she flew all the way to America. And she met Winston. That was his new sister, little sister / wife. Sounds weird, right? And actually, just because you have plans to like for your dogs to, have a perfect match, no, that wasn't the case. However, they learned to coexist, and those were my first dogs right there. Beautiful souls right there. All right. So that was the first team. All Carbo. Second team, all Carbo. Do they even have their stuff up here anymore? These guys right here. Trinity. On left to right. Junior and Dream. All rescues. Yeah. That's my dogs, man. So what's up, everybody? How's it going? Today we're going to be speaking about language, huh? Language, yeah. We all speak right now. I want to go over this video. A friend of mine, old friend. I actually haven't spoken to him in years. Seems like Heron Stone, writer, lecturer, cool guy. Yeah, he very interested and obsessed almost with language systems and whatnot. And he had this cool video that was actually very pivotal in my paradigm shifting way of looking at things. Trying to figure out what's really going on. And in this video, it's entitled "The Five Stupidities of English." We're going to break down the 5 stupid things about English language. All right. I'll give you a hint. The word "the" is part of it.
Answer. If your boss tells you to go find the answer to this problem, and then you go off and you start thinking and you come up with an answer, but you think it's the answer, well, then you can stop looking. You found the answer. But if you'd looked 5 minutes longer, you might have found 5 more answers that were even better. There's an assumption underlying these things that is often unspoken. And how often have you heard people say, well, that's just the way it is? Is that ever the truth? No.
There's a lot of things going on. Let me start off with, I mean, I've heard this part before, but this thought experiment. See if you can catch up on this.
Let me tell you this little story first, because I think this is a good place to start. A man and his son were coming home.
A man and his son, Shadow Buddha. What's going on, Shadow Buddha? Good to see you, brother. He said, welcome, Browns boy, Steelman, and Paula Nitz. Yeah. What else, Shadow Buddha? Let's hit this up.
Let me tell you this little story first, because I think this is a good place to start. A man and his son were coming home from a soccer game one Saturday afternoon, and they were involved in a head-on collision. The father was killed instantly. The son was taken to a nearby hospital in critical condition. They wheeled him up into the operating room. The surgeon walked in, took one look at the boy, and said, I can't operate on him. That's my son. So that's the story. Is there a problem with that story?
Can't operate on him. That's my son. Okay.
Is that simple? What's going on with that story?
It's confused me, if I'm honest.
Good. That's the point. Listen, I've told this story to many thousands of people over.
Let me see what Shadow Blue has to say. He says, NBC, how about when people say, you need to understand this, blah, blah, blah. What you need to know, man, is this and that. What do we really need? You think we need to know that? I appreciate you looking out for us, but when you say that all the time, it gets kind of off-putting. Unless we're at a place where we're like, okay, this is just the way the guy talks or girl talks. That is a condescending way of communication. Yeah. What you need to know. How about what you might think is interesting? It's a little better, right? A little better. Or what did we put on this? We said they know how the world really is. Yeah, this is what we're gonna get at. Preview. Folks of us, those of us who say, this is how the world is, right? I don't know. For someone who has a maybe logic. Like you never know, could be maybe this, maybe that. That is definitely off-putting and annoying.
The years, and that's the standard response that I get from everybody is there's some problem with that story. But what I want to emphasize is the reason there is an apparent problem with that story is because I chose my words very carefully. And one of the words there carries an unconscious assumption with it. And that assumption is incorrect in this case. But because the assumption is unconscious, your analysis of the story is colored by this unconscious, erroneous assumption. And as long as that assumption remains in place, then this will continue to be paradoxical and problematic. Because of the unconscious assumption that you're operating on, it appears to be a problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Unconscious assumption, right? One more time. Let me let you listen to it again for the people that just popped in. See if you can figure this out.
It's confused me, if I'm honest.
Good. Let me tell you this little story first, because I think this is a good place to start. A man and his son were coming home from a soccer game one Saturday afternoon, and they were involved in a head-on collision. The father was killed instantly. The son was taken to a nearby hospital in critical condition. They wheeled him up into the operating room. The surgeon walked in, took one look at the boy, and said, "I can't operate on him. That's my son." So that's the story. Is there a problem with that story? Is that... Well, of course, this is less true than it used to be, but today, in 2010, most people have two parents, one male, one female, and in place, then this will continue to be paradoxical and problematic. Because of the unconscious assumption that you're operating on, it appears to be a problem. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't suppose that has answered it for you, but you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
And the problem is that it's an unconscious assumption that's coded in language, okay? So let me lead you through the logic of this story. And the logic is so obvious, it's painful when you see it. Well, of course, this is less true than it used to be, but today, in 2010, most people have two parents, one male, one female. If the male is dead, the surgeon is who?
Yes, the surgeon's obviously the female.
Yes, it's his mother, the most obvious thing in the world. And yet the word surgeon carries this assumption of maleness with it. Now, we weren't ever taught that that's true. And of course, it is true statistically. Probably, 90%, maybe 95% of surgeons probably are men. It's not a bad assumption under certain circumstances, but in this particular case, it creates the illusion of a paradox. And in fact, this is sort of a trivial example, but it brings the emotional point home of the feeling that you're having of confusion and this paradox and what's going on and the need to solve the problem, when in fact there is no problem to be solved. It's an apparent problem created by an erroneous assumption. The problem is when you get into science and philosophy and politics and stuff, they're far more complicated situations where the assumptions are less obvious and more complex.
Tricky. And plus so many people make some of these stupid mistakes that most of us overlook it because we're so used to it being this way.
And instead of people looking to their own assumptions to solve a problem, they usually end up looking in the world for the solution and never question their own assumptions. Just gets into all sorts of problems. So
like blaming a lot of people for problems that you probably started, what you think is you probably started.
Gendo is about, and what the five stupidities are all about, unconscious assumptions, unconscious erroneous assumptions that are imposed on our thinking because of the words we use. So the five stupidities, each one of them, in some cases a specific word or a group of words or a class of words, impose assumptions, erroneous assumptions on our thinking. But because it's all unconscious, people just go through life facing all sorts of apparent problems and paradoxes that really aren't paradoxes at all, but they have that appearance because people have this little voice in their head that's talking at them, and it's full of erroneous assumptions.
BuyMeACoffee.com, everybody.
So does all that make sense?
It's so simple when it's pointed out.
Let me go on to the first and most dangerous of the five stupidities then.
One stupidity. We think that our time is free. If you like, please leave a donation. It's greatly appreciated. Buy Me a Coffee is a good place to do it. Yeah. Back to our show.
This word is the most common word in English. Do you know what it is?
The.
Yes. 1,000 times a day we formulate sentences with the word the in them.
Okay,
the is, without a doubt, it's like...
That's easy, right? The is the most common word we use.
5 times more frequent than the next most common word. It accounts for 6% of all printed English text. That's 6 words in 100 in a language that has 30,000 words in common usage and 500,000 or more total. One word accounts for 3 in 50. And in fact, it's carrying an unconscious assumption with it that is wrong about 90% of the time. Well, occasionally it's right, but usually it's wrong. So rather than me just tell you what it is, I'm curious if you can think about the word the for a minute and try to figure out what it is that's so dangerous about that word. What is the unconscious assumption?
It gives it a certain definition when the definition can be, well, I find it hard to articulate. I think I've got the grasp of that. But
Let me give you another example.
It's absolutist. It's absolute, meaning like this is it. This is it. This is the way it is. This is the right answer. The only right answer. This is the. This is the way it is, right?
If I tell you to go into the next room and get me the green chair, how many green chairs do you expect to find in that room?
Yeah, I mean, if there's more than one green chair, then which
You'd
one?
be confused. Yeah, right. So when I say otherwise, I'd say get me a green chair. So the word the carries this assumption of singleness and exclusivity. If you say, get me the car out of the garage, well, I hope there's only one car in the garage or else we're going to have a problem. You know, and the other thing is, have you ever done any computer programming?
No, I haven't.
No, okay. Well, you've probably worked with databases, though. Like, I remember when I first got a computer, I made a database of all the people I knew. And in a database, they have an option called a default value. For instance, since I lived in California and almost everybody I knew lived in California, whenever I added somebody to my address book, when I got to the place where it said state, my database program would automatically put California in there for me. I mean, I told it to do that because I knew that almost everybody I knew was in California. Once in a while, I'd meet somebody from out of state and I'd have to backspace over CA and type in something else, if AZ for Arizona or whatever. But it saved me a great deal of time because 95% of the time it was right. And once in a while it was wrong, and that wasn't much of a problem. So that's the concept of a default value. Language, English, has default values. For instance,
English has default values. Okay.
Talk to you right now, there certainly isn't time for me to sit here and be thinking what I'm actually going to say in my next sentence and deciding what words I'm going to pick and how I'm going to articulate them and get my breathing worked up so that I could, put the stresses on the right syllables and get all the words strung together in the right order so it actually sounds like a real sentence and get my tongue and my larynx all coordinated with all this shit. There's no way that can happen consciously. So essentially, my talking and your talking and everybody's talking is really an automatic function of our language machine. We have this feeling of some control over it, but actually on a moment-to-moment basis, it's actually all being run by a machine.
He said the language machine. Remember that.
Which has a lot of default values. And if you are using a sentence that requires either a or an or the, to be proper in English, certain words have default values to the. You've probably never heard anybody ask you, what's a truth about this situation? You've never heard those words come out of anybody's mouth.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
And in fact, actually, if you say it yourself, out loud, what's a truth about this situation? Go ahead and say it. I'm curious. I want to test something.
What's a truth about this situation?
What's the truth about
when you
this
said
situation?
What's a truth, at least for me, it almost sticks in my throat. I want to say, what's the truth about this situation?
Yeah, I was
Good evening, new guru. I think you're going to like this.
consciously trying to
Yeah,
Interested in your takes,
Because
as
if
usual.
you're not really conscious, it's just automatically going to come out, what's the truth? Without ever thinking. So this is what I mean by default values in English. Now, the question is there any such thing as the truth? For instance, say I've got a ball on my table. That's about as simple a thing as you can get. Does it make sense to ask about what's the truth about this ball? If I say it's a red ball, is that the truth or a truth?
I suppose it's
A truth.
a truth, because if it's the truth, then it's all it is a Red Bull. It prevents it from being anything else. So it could be,
well, it prevents it from being a wooden ball or a rubber ball or a big ball or a small ball.
So I think I'm getting what you're saying here. So what it does is when you're using the, or instead of say the truth instead of a truth, is that when you say the truth, it can only be that and nothing else. So
what about the reason? What's the reason that something happened? Nonsense. There's no such thing as the reason, the truth. What about the answer? What's the answer? If your boss tells you to go find the answer to this problem, and then you go off and you start thinking and you come up with an answer, but you think it's the answer, well, then you can stop looking. You found the answer. But if you'd looked 5 minutes longer, you might have found 5 more answers that were even better. There's an assumption underlying these things that is often unspoken. And how often have you heard people say, well, that's just the way it is? Is that ever the truth? No. All it ever is a way of thinking about it. See, sometimes it's the way it is because you're...
So instead of saying, just do an experiment, this is the way it is, man. Or, you can say like, that's a way it is. This is just, how it can be sometimes.
Boss is your boss. And if he says it's that way, then it is because he's the guy who gets to make up the rules. But it's only that way.
Oh, Joe Cool. Yeah, see, Nude Guru and Joe Cool, those guys are heavy hitters. Shadow Buddha, that 10th man. I mean, Steel Man, Paula. Look at this language, Joe. This is crazy, Joe. This is the 5 stupidities language. An acquaintance of mine, Heron Stone, came up with this theory.
Answers that were even
He
better.
started off by saying the is the most commonly used word in the English language. I think he's kind of going to point to it's kind of limiting to say the instead of links in the chat, everybody. Joe Cool. Anybody want to come up?
Better. There's an assumption underlying these things that is often unspoken. And how often have you think it's the answer? Well, then you can stop looking. You found the answer. But if you looked 5 minutes longer, you might have found 5 more answers that were even better. There's an assumption underlying these things that is often unspoken.
Belief.
And how often have you heard people say...
Nude Guru says belief. Yes, belief for sure. Yeah. Brown's boy, Scott's gut bacteria. What's going on, man? Okay, go ahead.
Say, well, that's just the way it is. Is that ever
What's up, Miss Wicked? Much love.
No. All it ever is a way of thinking about it. See, sometimes it's the way it is because your boss is your boss. And if he says it's that way, then it is because he's the guy who gets to make up the rules.
Right. It's absolute. Just like the word the boss is absolute sometimes. Wiccan, welcome. Says, welcome to the channel. Glad you're here. Don't forget to like and share and subscribe to MPC. Help him grow. Keep the content coming. Your support means everything. Good to see you. Hit up the Buy Me a Coffee too. Good to see everybody.
But it's only that way because he says it's that way, not because it is that way. So yeah, it tends to end discussion, end exploration, and it also is used very dogmatically in the case of that's just the way it is. That's the world. The world really is that way. And this is it. And there's no more discussion. People use it from a sort of authoritarian perspective. But of course, the thing is, people don't actually use it. That's the problem. Like I said before, my talking right now, it's as much a surprise to me what's going to come out of my mouth in the next sentence as it is.
Right. Brown's boy, the bathroom or a bathroom. I don't care. I need to go. Which one, Brown's boy? Upstairs, second floor, third floor? Come on, man.
To you, I have no idea exactly what I was going to say. And my language machine is busy putting all this shit together for me. And the default value in English is the for a great many words. In fact, all these reifications that I'll get into in a minute. The reason the word the is so important is because it happens hundreds of times a day. You know, that little voice in your head is going all the time. Blah, 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 blah.
That's the language machine. Like right now, I'm like listening, but my language machine is blah, blah, blah. I got to read a comment. I got to do this. Oh, if I stop it, are these guys going to be confused? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, so Shadow Buddha says at NBC, it's like when people in the Palaverse say Christianity is the truth. Yeah, the truth. Not Christianity is a truth. You can say that. That's a fallacy because religions are subjective to an individual. It cannot be quantified universally. Indeed, bro. Absolutely. My friend, he's got it. Chattabooty.
Person, what it's going to say when it sees somebody, it's thinking about what it should have said when I saw this guy yesterday, but I didn't, and it's thinking about what I'm going to have for lunch and what I'm going to do next week, and it's just this constant thing that's going on inside of our language machines. And the word "the" is just popping through there all the time, and it permeates our consciousness. It gives us this false sense of security that we know the answer, that we know the truth, the reason, the explanation. And we can go through our lives in this sort of illusory sense of security that there's no justification for whatsoever.
It's actually a disability.
It's a form of mental illness. It's a form of brain damage, as I see it. And that's why I tell people that they're brain damaged, and so am I, but I'm in language rehab. I've been...
Language rehab? I like that. I'm in language rehab. I was brain damaged just like most of you. Okay. The machine is a machine is a machine. It's a machine. Shout out to the machine lies.
Working pretty hard to reprogram my language machine so that whenever the word "the" comes out of my language machine, I usually hear it. Sometimes I don't, but I usually do. And then
a belief of truth, I think, New Guru, Christianity.
When I hear it, I'm in a position to decide whether it's incorrect or correct. See, sometimes the word "the" is correct. It's not always wrong. But my studies indicate that it's wrong about 90% of the time.
Damn.
90% of the time, if we used "a" or "an" or some other kind of construction, that it would leave the situation far more open and useful for thinking.
Yeah, I think a lot. Joe Cool speaks like that a lot of times. At Joe motherfucking Cool says, "Guru is just a path among many." Christianity. The Guru was like, "Is Christianity a truth or a belief of truth? You decide." Shit. I want to be right and exact. I say a belief in truth, but yeah, I'll stand on that. Let's see. Max Visions in the building. What's going on, man?
How you doing?
I'm going good, my friend. Yeah, man. What do you think about this language stuff? It's interesting, huh?
Oh, I've started getting into it recently myself, especially with the word "you."
You, okay? Tell me about it.
Well, we say "you are," or you come here, or you do something. You did this. But what's a "you"? It's a female sheep.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, now I know. I'm remembering that. Okay.
Spelled differently, obviously, but
that's fascinating.
We call each other
sheep, huh?
Yeah, we call each other sheep.
And in the truther community and whatnot, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, right? Yeah. Wow.
So if you know something,
call me a sheep, Max. You fight words in these parts.
Yeah, right.
You're, and if you say you are the sheep, the sheep of the sheeps, or the goat, even that's even a double diss. Yeah.
You are the king, or
the king, the king of sheep.
You ever looked up the word "nice"?
Yeah, I get that one. I've said that numerous times on the broadcast, and like "nice" means ignorant, the archaic word definition. So
you are the nicest.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. No, you're nicer. You're even nicer than me, and I thought I was pretty nice. Yeah. No, you're nicer. It's like insult, like passive aggressive. Our language, we didn't even know it, right?
Yeah.
That's wild. Because languages can be locked down.
Yeah.
Like locked down right into the quote unquote matrix. Yeah, dude, that "you" one is wild. But "I" is a I. Is there any other word besides an eye? Like an eye in your head? Like the eye? Do we have two eyes? We use the letter I.
There's the
That's the opposite of "you," right? Is I.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of positive.
Yeah. I like the I.
Yeah.
The I am, or I am. I suppose "the" is kind of a problem, but
if the shoe fits.
Isn't like "the" is like a title, right? Like, in a way.
Well, I mean, like the Earl of Sandwich.
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Reference
Yeah.
to the.
Yeah. It's funny when I first heard this in 2013, I think it was.
Mhm.
It was when I was hanging out with a lot of guys that were, I call them absolutists, where they were always like, this is the way it is. I'm the authority in this and this and that. The. And I'm like, damn. And I started to kind of be conscious of how I use it. And there's a difference when you use that A. When you think about it, you're leaving a door open, right?
Right.
For possibilities.
Yeah, I like speaking more possibilities than definites myself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Thanks for coming up. Let's get this.
That's the number one stupidity.
You come with a pause whenever you need
itself to bring about the change, I think. I mean, the other ones are minor compared to that.
Oh, yeah. He said that, Heron said that he's in hold on, let me get that up again. He said he's in language rehab. Yeah. That's what he said. I like that.
I know a couple people that are on word rehab. But it's a whole learning process, right?
It is. Yeah.
I did it again,
Let me see where I got it.
Situation is far more open and through there all the time, and it permeates our consciousness. Is that ever the truth? No. All it ever is a way of thinking about it. See, sometimes it's the way it is because your boss is your boss, and if he says it's that way, then it is because he's the guy who gets to make up the rules. But it's only that way because he says it's that way, not because it is that way. So yeah, it tends to end discussion, end exploration, and it also is used very dogmatically in the case of that's just the way it is. That's the world. The world really is that.
I'm sure, Max, you're a very open guy, even though you stand on business. I know, like, you have morals and ethics and whatnot, and a philosophy on life. However, I don't hear you like some of these other people in the Panelverse where they're like, like we said, like this is the way it is. The Christianity is the only way, or I don't really hear Islam is the only way, but you know what I mean. And you're privy to a lot of discussions because you're a chill dude. Do you see this a lot happening in this dogmatic way?
No,
you don't? Oh, okay.
No, not in a dark way. I don't think.
Dogmatic. I meant.
Oh, dogmatic.
That's what I said.
Dogmatic. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'd say 1 out of 10 people are pretty dogmatic with. I have the way, the truth, the knowing.
Yeah.
And it does seem like it's always predicated by the. It's never. I have a knowledge. I have.
Yeah.
I have some knowing.
Right.
I'm a completed individual, and I need no more growth.
No, that means you're an adult. Then,
well,
as an adult, they're lacking. No, that's what I mean. Because I think someone broke down adult before, and they were saying something to the lines of an adult is like they're done maturing, they're done growing. And I guess they're trying to make a case of not for them. They didn't want to be identified as just an adult. They want to know, even though they're mature, they still got a lot more learning to do. For example,
yeah,
learning's a lifelong process. You can never learn it all in one lifetime anyway. How could you?
Yeah, so you come back, man.
Yeah, way. And this is it. And there's no more discussion. People use it from a sort of authoritarian perspective.
Hey, Markella,
the thing is, people don't actually use it. That's the problem. Like I said before, my talking right now, it's as much a surprise to me what's going to come out of my mouth in the next sentence as it is to you.
Idiot.
I have no idea exactly what I was going to say. And my language machine is busy putting all this shit together for me. And the default value in English is the for a great many words. In fact, all these reifications that I'll get into in a minute. The reason the word the is so important is because it happens hundreds of times a day. That little voice in your head is going all the time. Blah, 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 blah. It's rehearsing what it's going to say when it sees somebody. It's thinking about what it should have said when I saw this guy yesterday, but I didn't. And it's thinking about what I'm going to have for lunch and what I'm going to do next week. And it's just this constant thing that's going on inside of our language machines. And the word the is just popping through there all the time, and it permeates our consciousness. It gives us this false sense of security that we know the answer, that we know the truth, the reason, the explanation. And we can go through our lives in this sort of illusory sense of security that there's no justification for whatsoever.
It's actually a disability.
It's a form of mental illness. It's a form of brain damage, as I see it. That's why I tell people that they're brain damaged, and so am I. But I'm in language rehab. I've been.
There's ways to say it though. I guess if you want to like really rid yourself of something, one way is to say it's very awful and toxic. But you also can say like, "Hey, man, it's something that I'm working on or whatever." But I guess I can understand why someone would be harsh to say it's brain damage. You know. Right.
Well, I suppose it's like mental abuse. You know, if you because you've decided I've got the answers, I don't need to search anymore. I could see the satisfaction in that, but whether it's actual truth or not can be questioned.
Yeah, right. And then with Shadow Buddha and I were talking about like how in terms of like, it's one thing if you don't cause external damage to others. You don't do harm unto others outwardly, but think about all the damage that one could do to themselves by the way they speak to themselves. And Heron would say their language machine, how they speak to them, if it's like in a negative way mostly, huh? That's that adds up a lot, right? That would add up a lot.
Yeah, I knew this girl, and she could never catch her groove, it seems. Anytime she spoke to somebody, everybody took her the wrong way. Now, an odd way of speaking, but every time, I don't know what it was. I didn't take it wrong myself, but I'm pretty forgiving with people's words because I know we really mess them all up a lot. You know.
Yeah, it does. Because like, if you don't know where the person's coming from, even if especially if they're unorthodox in their communication, or harsh, like it could really be off-putting, huh? And you don't want to give them the time and be patient. And in fact, they don't mean to do that harm, huh?
Yeah. Some people are just ignorant to how they interact sometimes.
Yeah. This is why, like, on these broadcasts, like, you can still, Carlos Castaneda would say you can self-stalk yourself. If you're, it's being dramatic by saying that, but hey, in a way, like, if you really want to be impeccable and close to as good as you can be, right? Like, you got to kind of take it seriously if you're critiquing these things.
I always figure those people just don't seem to judge what they say by the reactions they're getting from it, you know?
Yeah. What can get in the way of that, Max, you think?
I don't know. I guess, I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah. Maybe
just the
hubris.
Yeah.
The
ego.
Ego,
Working pretty hard to reprogram my language machine so that whenever the word "the" comes out of my language machine, I usually hear it. Sometimes I don't, but I usually do. And then when I hear it, I'm in a position to decide whether it's incorrect or correct. See, sometimes the word "the" is correct. It's not always wrong. But my studies indicate that it's wrong about 90% of the time. 90%.
In speaking to Heron, like, it's been a while since I spoke to him. Like, I rarely hear him use the word "the." I was looking to catch him too when I was talking to him. Shadow Buddha says NPC in professional writing and speaking, it is also best to avoid adverbs, intensifiers like very, extremely, exceeding, tremendous, yeah, that's true, huh? You don't see that in professional writing too much. In very, huh? Or extremely. Why is that? Max, why do you think?
No, it's more poetic, use than anything, right? Because you're trying to exemplify something to a higher degree.
Yeah, I heard President Trump use the word "tremendous" a lot.
Oh God, yeah,
tremendous, right? He says that a lot.
Wonderful,
wonderful, the greatest,
best, greatest, yeah.
You
think that's word magic?
Oh yeah, that's word magic for sure with the K. Magic, real magic with the K. This whole world is magic, man.
Mhm.
I was looking at an old stream I have. I called it like meme magic, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
was thinking, I've been thinking about how memes have more or less replaced the old sigils that we used to see. The
Yeah,
sigils, like
I did a
Right.
meme show with just I did stick drawings on little cards, and I got banned for it.
you got banned for it.
Yeah,
Wow,
I put out some pretty powerful memes through stick drawings.
wow.
They didn't like that.
What what was the subject matter? Do you think it was the subject matter, or just because it hit so hard?
Well, it was about something about 5 years that happened about 5 years ago.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, yeah.
World politics. You can get a lot into a little stick drawing. It's kind of amazing.
That's wild. Can you make a stick jab? Stick
Yep.
back.
Yeah,
Mask. Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
I think that was where they got me, and I didn't say anything good, bad, nothing. And,
Yeah.
that's the thing up here is we're not allowed to say anything bad, but I didn't. I didn't say anything. Even the drawing
You drew.
wasn't really that bad.
Well, well, that's the thing. Like when did YouTube and all these Facebooks and social media, like in general, like they became the arbiter of good and bad? And I get it, good and bad in terms of like harmful to the youth, harmful to someone, right? Or particular groups and whatnot. But like it got so subjective, huh? Good and bad.
Yeah.
What's considered good and bad, right?
Well, yeah,
Wow.
being codified into law, right?
It doesn't seem very liberating or democratic.
No, we're going to have, soon we'll have what wrong think, they call it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Look at the new guru said, this is for you, Max. You evil stick man, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you evil stick man.
Yeah, just legal stick drawings.
Paula Nitz says self-talk is another thing I need to work on. Yeah, self-talk. There was a book that a friend of mine let me borrow, an audiobook, and it was, I always want to call it The Art of Forgiving, but I forgot what it was called. And it's basically the premise is dude sitting in his living room, and an angel / alien or whatever you want to call it, like comes to visit him, sits by him in the living room, starts talking to him and telling him like, we've been watching you. We see you want to become enlightened and get better and better every day, self-development. He's like, you're doing good, but you got to focus on forgiving people, because you do all these good things, healthy things and whatnot, but you tend to hold on to a lot of things and don't let it go. It's causing you a blockage, right, to these next levels and stuff, higher levels. And the guy's like, yeah. And then spoiler alert, but the most important rule was at the last chapter was you need to forgive yourself too. That's what Buddha and I have been talking about. Because a lot of people are hard on themselves, huh?
Yeah. A lot of people beat themselves up constantly. I know a lot of people do that. It's quiet self-harm, really.
Yeah.
Negative thoughts. I call them, they're little demons on their shoulders,
Yeah.
They're hard to
Chipping
get
away. I think of Daffy Duck. Remember Daffy Duck in the devil costume and the angel? Or was it Porky Pig the angel? I forgot. But either way, that's a real thing, though. Consciousness. You're conscious. That the word is very close to consciousness. You're conscious.
Yeah, you're conscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At a time, if we used a or an or some other kind of construction, that it would leave the situation far more open, incorrect or correct. See, sometimes the word is correct. It's not always wrong. But my studies indicate that it's wrong about 90% of the time. 90% of the time, if we used a or an or some other kind of construction, that it would leave the situation far more open and useful for thinking. So that's the number one stupidity, and actually that's enough in itself to bring about the change, I think. I mean, the other ones are minor compared to that one.
I'm at stage one in this. I can admit I've got the problem. Admitting it is a first step.
Well, there may be such a thing as the first step. Yeah, see, the word "the" is appropriate sometimes. Listen, if you go blind in one eye, it's possible that you'll go blind in the other eye. And that makes sense. And in
Yeah.
fact, that particular example was the first time that I realized that I had actually reprogrammed my own language machine. I was a big fan of boxing for years, and there was a real famous boxer called Sugar Ray Leonard. He retired because he
I think
had
you remember him, right, Max?
No.
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh yeah, Sugar Ray. Yeah. I see what he's doing.
attached
It's kind of like he's using the word "the" and more as an identifier of a specific article is okay, but using it as a title seems to be not okay. I'm
I see. Yeah,
kind of trying.
that's the way to break it down. The nuance right there.
I think so.
I think Joe is saying that too. You and Joe are on the same page on that. Sounds like it's Max. It's
awesome.
a title. Yeah.
in his eye, and so he had to retire. And then like 2 years later, he'd had surgery at the language machine. I was a big fan of boxing for years, and there was a real famous boxer called Sugar Ray Leonard. He retired because he had a detached retina in his eye, and so he had to retire. And then like 2 years later, he'd had surgery on the eye. He decided to come back and start boxing again, and a lot of people thought that was a really bad idea. And I was explaining to somebody this, and I said to the guy, a lot of people are worried that if he gets hit too much, he already had it in one eye and he might get a detached retina in another one. And that was what just automatically came out of my mouth. And the guy I was talking to looked at me like I was crazy, and I heard it come out too. And I stopped too. As the minute I heard it, another eye. How many eyes does this guy have? So there's a case where the would have been appropriate, but I actually had disrupted my normal functioning enough that that's what came out automatically from my language machine that time. And
I mean, he was too clean right there with it. He was too clean with his reboot. Right? Like Joe's saying, there's a season for everything. Like you just don't get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was so happy.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just blown away that I'd actually said that.
I'm just going to use it. I'm conscious of it, but I'm just going to...
Well, that's the thing, is you're sort of stuck with it now. So we're going to see whether I have sufficiently infected you so that the infection holds.
It will.
This is interesting what Paula Neitz says. She says, my biggest problem is constantly troubleshooting what's wrong with the picture. Many people have to decipher what they are saying from what they said. Yeah. It's being hypercritical in an obsessive way, maybe.
Yeah, analyzing what you say in an obsessive way. I knew a guy who used to repeat everything he said quietly under his breath, thinking about it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder why people would do that. That makes sense. He wants to make sure he said it right.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that was it. Was he wanted to make sure what he said sounded proper.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie Goodfellas?
Bits of it.
Yeah, and there's a place where the narrator, which is the main guy, Henry Hill, he's saying like he goes to the restaurant where the mobsters hang out. He goes, there was Joey, Tommy, and then there was Frankie 2 times, and the guy goes, I gotta get the papers. Like he repeats himself. So and I always wondered why it wasn't. I'm like, it's not stuttering really, but it would make sense for what you said about like he wants to make sure he's right in his speech, I guess. But
and a lot of people have an internal dialogue where they think about what they said. I guess I can come out,
Oh, Joe's got you. He just said bits of it. Like, how could you not watch the whole Goodfellas? Man, if you need to watch the whole Goodfellas, just like you need to watch this show too.
That's a good dedication. Way to go.
Sopranos.
I'm actually proud of the amount of movies I haven't seen.
Max,
I haven't been programmed.
You're like Karen Stone. Like there's a time in season. Maybe you shouldn't, just like you shouldn't use the as much as most people do, but there is a time for it. Like maybe you shouldn't watch a lot of movies, which is good. But however, there's certain movies you need to watch over and over again, like Goodfellas.
Yeah, people keep telling me that.
Oh, Max, dude, that's good though. Yeah. But
I think I've probably got a different perspective on the movie than other people. Even though I haven't seen it,
That's why we want you to see it, so you can be like, "Oh, you probably noticed something we didn't even notice." We've seen it like 100 times.
Okay.
Joe, come up here. Let's rank Max for not watching Goodfellas. Come up here.
Well, I'm really going to be looking forward to seeing how the infection.
What's that, Max?
Another
Other word is what?
Another word I've been avoiding lately is bless. I don't like the actual definition of it.
Bless?
Yeah, because it's original definition.
Where is a curse?
Well,
Like go to hell, like we're going to kill you or something, right?
No, it's much worse than that. It's to smear with fresh hemorrhaging blood.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
That's a brutal word, you know.
That is brutal.
You know,
And we say like bless you.
We're taking in blood sacrifice right now in honor of you.
Well, I go, achoo, and you go bless you. So basically, smear blood on me, curse me, right?
Well, it's supposed to be good. I just don't agree with blood sacrifice myself.
Well, I don't either. I know it's supposed to be good. The intent is good, right? But
The intent is good, but
the mechanism of it doesn't sound good.
No.
Like, right?
not at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
I remember.
you with goodness and all that stuff. But you know,
Those guys I used to hang out with, my brother Ali, like I said, they're absolutists. He told me something similar about bless. He's like, I don't tell people bless, like, you know, I bless you, whatever, because he told some story about, like, I think it was the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Like he said that during the battle, one of his soldiers, or he did, like, he blessed somebody. And when he meant by it, said he specifically said he blessed the person, but what it meant was like, I damn you, I'm about to kill you. I'm about to execute you, type shit. So, like, when he said that, I'm like, oh,
maybe he becomes a blessing.
Like, oh, okay, yeah,
that would mean to kill you.
Yeah,
be the blessing.
Yeah, not thinking Machine Lies when he always goes blessings. Yeah. But I know he means well though. The intent is brotherly.
Yeah, I'm not fascistic about it. If other people say it, I don't take it.
For sure, like hello. Like I have a friend, a Poel in the UK. We actually call him the Supreme God of the UK. You have to say the Ohio State. He would say like if I forget, I'd be like, hey, good morning, Poel. He go, what? Ain't nothing good about morning, mate. He won't say mate, but yeah. Or hello, go to hell down low, right? Yeah.
Our language is weird. If you look at it
weird. Yeah, but I figured like the intent is good. The intent is good.
No, is the resonance bad? That's the question.
Yeah. Right.
Is the underlying resonance of it good or bad? That's what matters. You know,
like this word.
My nigga.
Hey, Joe.
What up, Joe?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Mark?
Listen, if I stayed in the chat that long, that means y'all was cooking. That's just not something I do, right? If there's a link.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You probably know that. That means y'all was cooking, and I feel like I could only be tracked. So that's
you add to it, man.
Yeah. I think Max has the con today on this language stuff. I love the fact he said he's been working on these things. Give us some more, Max. Any more words?
Those
to you, the sheep. You heard that, Joe? I saw you put the sheep in the chat.
Right? Yeah. Which was that too? The sheep. What was that about?
You. The word you.
Yes.
Y-O-U.
Yes. I don't know if I agree with that. One, I also struggle with his kid. Baby goats.
Yeah. Tell us, Joe.
You know,
baby goats, right?
Yeah. Older people always got on me about saying kid. I don't.
Oh, they even told you about that? Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't learn that till I was an adult, man.
When I was a kid, I was young, and my kid was on the way out. And this is in the 80s.
Yeah,
and I said I need to buy some stuff for my kid. She wasn't even born yet. And she said, "Don't you, some old black lady? Don't you tell her kid?" My daddy used to say that shit. It's weird.
You know what though? Like I do. You like you said, time and season for everything. The season turns, right? If a kid is bad, a student is being bad, I'll call him a kid in a second.
Right.
But if he's good and righteous, I'll call him my child.
That's exactly how it is. And the other one you were saying, bless you. For the
you.
sneeze, it came from Gesundheit, which
Right.
means bless you,
Mhm.
because
Thanks,
they
Markello.
thought while you're sneezing, your nose opens up so big, evil demons will fly up on. So that's
Okay.
why I never said bless you, behind sneezes and shit.
Yeah.
And I think I don't some of this, Max, in particular, and I think Gabe, you're already on to this. Words change. What they used
do.
to mean, they change. And I know some evil fuck would probably choose that word, to feel his satanic ritual. But I don't know if I can worry about that shit 100 years later after I done adopted it and
Well,
shit, and gave it a
Brother
different
Panic, right? Brother Panic, rest in peace. Occult lectures. He would say like, you make your own magic now.
Yes, that sounds
It's
more
what
logical.
you make into it. But some people don't know that, so they may take it wrong. But that's on them, I guess. But the intent is important. What's up, Joe? What you think?
Did you say you knew this cat that's talking? I think you said one of
Oh
my
yeah, I
guys.
do. Yeah, yes, I met him in 2012, and he was on this podcast called Stoned Ape,
Yeah.
and he's a fascinating dude. He was a writer, publisher, all kinds of stuff. I actually sent him a little message to see if he wanted to come on, but yeah, man, I actually have a podcast with him. I did episode, and I just think he's interesting, bro, with his
He's on
language.
it. And he's got the right energy too, man. He does. He's got that teacher instructor energy,
Yeah.
but still laid back. I don't know.
Laid
I
back.
like
That's
him a lot.
Heron. Yeah. California boy, Southern SoCal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's
So
right
Max-
too with the shit as he's saying with the it irritates me when people say like, let's say I hate to name a name nowadays. Everybody's so fucking sensitive. I'll name someone I love, Dennison.
Okay.
Let's say someone say, Dennison problem is he get angry all the time. And then another person will say, no, his problem is this and that. I watch that and I try not to say no, because it's probably a combination of a bunch of shit. It's never one thing. So it's the
not.
same
It's a
as
title.
saying
Yeah.
I had a
You can say
same
he
way.
has a problem.
Yeah,
Like to be specific, for
one of
example.
them maybe, but no. It's this. That's never correct. Oh, really correct.
Yeah. It's always more,
A would be helpful in that one. Go ahead, Max.
I said it's always more complicated.
Yeah,
Right.
and A would be a more appropriate.
Yeah. Fucking Dennison, he's fucking irritating, but he's fucking brilliant, though. I have to give him that. Yeah. He's fucking smart. He's very smart.
As Joe Cool, what's wrong with some satanic ritual for the love of evil? Jeez. Damn.
Who said that? Oh, Terry, here we go. Out of the Misfit Toys YouTube sector.
What's wrong with a satanic ritual? Tarek, I would assume
Good love joke.
it's the two wolf thing. Which one do you feed? The satanic ritual feeds the wolf that I try and start.
Evil always eats itself, brother. Evil always eats itself.
Tell him, Max. I'm just geeked up because Tarek's in the chat. I haven't seen him in a minute. Yeah.
He'll always
good
be glad me healthy. I always stop over and look just to see what his titles and shit are about or what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I like it. Whenever he's talking about somebody's name, I feel like in the
I
title.
love listening to those.
I don't. I feel like he's off his square. He's anxiety or something.
It's
when
when I'm
talking
being
about
bad, Joe.
normal shit is when I try to encourage him.
Yeah, you see, he has knowledge too. He has proper etiquette.
He does. He has wisdom, all that shit. I ain't forgot.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. When motherfuckers, he at war with niggas, I don't get none of that. All I get is him arguing with motherfuckers. Whenever he gets that out of the way, I make sure I support that.
I'm Joe Cool in it, bro. I'm fucking. Even though it's been difficult, I'm in rehab, but like I'm trying to Joe Cool it, bro. I'm trying to get that Vice Lord GD, like be able to work with both sides. Energy you got, Joe, because it's kind of I feel a lot lighter when I do, man. Not all laid down.
I love it, and NPC. Well, almost called you the game. That's weird.
You call me. That's what Cool calls me. The game.
Called you game.
Yeah, you call me that. I like that.
That's kind of slick, right?
The game. Yeah. You call me Gabe the game, actually.
When we were on a panel, and you were snapping. I think it was that day you was just dropping everybody. You was hot. But you had
Frank Monday shit.
You had said something after you cooled down or something that told me the time is right. And the next time you were venting, normally when a nigga vent, I'd shut the fuck up. Because those angry ears can't hear it anyway. It's just dumb. I can only get myself in trouble. But I stepped in the water last time you was venting to test you and see were you on the road to recovery. And you snapped on me, man. You snapped on me or whatever.
I don't even talk like that.
But
go ahead.
I don't know what you said, but it was a snap on me.
Something like that. Paraphrase.
You calmed down quick, and I felt like, this nigga, he's coming around, and I felt this vibe where you was reconsidering whether I should just go full, throttle on niggas, blah blah blah.
Yeah, because I love you so much, bro. Like you're my brother, and like if I'm ops, I have ops and shit, which is stupid. But I guess I'm playing the game, right? I'm like Landry, I'm playing the game. But shout out to Landry. But it's when I see you with like the Coco ops, I'm like, fuck that shit. Joe Cool. You be over here, bro. What the fuck, man? But hey man, life ain't that serious sometimes, right?
In real life, I ran through that so many times. Motherfuckers trying to get me killed. I'd be in GD neighborhood. I'd walk out of crib and some 6 in the morning. I've been there all night. And as soon as I get back on this end, some nigga run up. I saw him coming out so and so. GD trying to get me killed. I've been going through that shit all my life.
But that's the thing. It's like that's what saves your fucking ass is the fact that we love you so much that it's like if he's doing, even though it's like fuck that shit on the personal beef, where like. It must be not that serious, or if Joe Cool's doing, you know what I mean? If Joe Cool's, because you're a good judge of character, pretty much. Yeah, so
maybe he sees something I don't see, and all of that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was right because all of them came around. This is when it used to be crazy. Vice Lord GD. You can imagine.
Of course.
It. So it was at the time when we just started crossing lines, but now. They're all over the place. Hey, what's up, bro? Niggas walk around with they pitchfork tattoos. That was not a thing back then. Now I was right. Everybody came together around here.
Just like the Bloods and the Crips for the most part.
Now, was that you bringing them together, Joe? I kind of get the feeling from you that you can really smooth things over.
Check this out.
Thanks,
I got
Eric.
a story for that. I got a story for
Peace,
that.
brother.
See, this is why I didn't come up here. I didn't want to disrupt that shit.
No, that's good. We're gonna get back to that. We got time today.
Since you said this, I had a good story for that. Do I bring them together? Yes, I've always been a leader with that, and I know every chief, blah blah. But I'm not claiming that right there. But yes, by my actions, even the highest ranking niggas admired me. I could go places nobody else could. But what I did in the 90s when I was locked up in the Cook County jail, the neutrons, the people who weren't in gangs, were just treated really horribly. And like we were so bad, we would throw a box on commissary day. We'd put a box by the door, and anybody who wasn't in the gang had to throw their shit in the box, else they get our wrath. Right? We was like, gangs, gang shit. And they didn't get no Kool-Aid. They didn't get coffee. It was just the GDs and the Vice Lords. They got plate. They didn't have a table to sit down on. They had to eat under the stairs and standing up. So in the 90s, I was talking to them niggas and blah blah. And I had earned my respect in that motherfucker too. And I was telling them, listen, and this was right before I got out of that. I was in there a 3 months. I'm like, listen, man, there's more y'all than us always. You niggas need to join together and stop getting picked on, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, man, but you can't do it because of this. And I'm like, sure you can. I was like, here, this is how you do it. What the first thing you do is we say prayers before we eat. Name Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise due to Allah. We say prayers. And then we be like, everybody eat. I was like, you guys start off with a prayer. No one can deny that. I'll go talk to the two chiefs of both the gangs, blah, blah. Sure enough, they make that move. And then after the last gang say their prayer, somebody say, turn the TV on. One of the chiefs say, hold on. Neutrons ain't said they pray yet. All you hear is, what? Huh? What? And they can't say a prayer, God damn it. Go ahead, y'all. And they said they prayer. And they didn't have a table to sit on. They didn't, because they asked me upstairs. They were like, "Should we get Kool-Aid?" I was like, "Listen, nigga, don't be asking
Don't
for
push
more.
it.
You start off with this
Don't
little
be pushing
shit."
it.
Right.
Yeah.
And after I finished eating, because we ate before them, they still standing up and under the stairs and shit. I look up, all of them was nodding their head like, "Thank you, thank you." And I thought this was great. They told me to pick the prayer, and when they actually prayed, it was not one I picked. And they told me, like, "Man, we changed the prayer." I'm like, no, nigga, this is your thing. I'm so glad one of you niggas picked the prayer, and that shit holds to this day. To this day, when niggas go to the county, they say, "Man, Neutron their own gang now. They don't take no bullshit." I did that. I literally take credit for that. I did that.
Right.
That's a big deal in that universe,
in
bro.
Cook County.
It's a huge. That's
the worst place in
it's probably the worst county, most active county jail in the nation.
It was the most busiest for most of my adult life. Still the biggest on-site, one location system. It was the busiest court system in the world for most of my life. That's how bad they was throwing us in there.
And it made such an impact that it's been part of your life's work to reform it in ways, you know. So and all that shit was readying me for this. A lot of it, the shit I do on the streets, that's massive, and that's what most of my messages get out. But it was tailoring me for this moment as well.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things you probably helped squash here too.
Undoubtedly, you cats don't even see it. I like to think that you don't even see
I'm smart.
it. If I do my job, yes,
kidding.
you got to be smart though. That's true. If I'm doing my job right, you niggas don't even know. And it's little shit, man. It's like going to the right room, laughing at the right time. When the two guys come together, they're spending so and so, smoothing shit over, and they just get along in that moment. And in my head, I came there to prevent a war, and I did it. I was successful. There's a lot of that shit.
Yeah.
But let's get off of me. This is why I did not want to fucking come up there.
Max vision has declined. Thank you, Joe, though. Love it.
And proceeds over the next couple of weeks and months. And I'll tell you how you can proceed. There's a very simple way to proceed. Now that you know it and you have acknowledged that you're brain damaged,
he's in Chicago, Paula.
It is possible to do something about your brain damage. What you can do is, if there's any politician or philosopher or religious person on the media that you can listen to that you don't like, well, then listen to them. And record it, actually, and listen to the way they use the word "the."
Okay.
If it's someone you don't like, then you're more prone.
Oh, can you imagine how irritating it would be?
When he's talking about this guy who you talks the way you don't like and shit, and talks in absolutes. That's what I'm thinking. I'm inserting absolutes for "the." Like his way is right and blah blah. There can't be other alternatives. He's that dude.
Well, let's see real quick. Let's do a little experiment. Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Let me see it. Yeah. That means that you were in the fucking ops territory, because you were the only one for a minute there, Joe. I was witnessing like that Charlie Kirk, everyone was sucking him off. I mean, no disrespect to the dead for sure. But like, you were like, nah, man, this dude says some wild stuff in the past, right?
Like, come on. Like, he a piece of shit racist.
Because he is. That's what. Come on, bro. I'm sure he's other things too, though. He has some couple good things. I heard.
Of course, he did. Always big up him for that shit. And the biggest thing he did was, I'd say, a week before his death, maybe even less. He came out against the bombing of Palestine, and he's been joined at the hip at Israel. All his money for Turning Point came from Israel. And about
he turned down a lot too from
he said,
Egypt,
no, it's genocide. And what's her face? Candace showed the text messages between them. He tried to get her to come. They was trying to talk him out of it. He was like, no way, I'm doing this. And I'm bringing Candace. Then it changed to, come on, you can't bring her. And he didn't bring her. He brought her somewhere else, but he didn't bring her to that one. And he said, they showed a little interview where he was like, it's a genocide, blah, blah. And he get back and everybody withdrawing their money, like 23 million. He had big money. And he
he's getting money from BB.
I'm not changing my mind. Hey, I'm going with you next time. That shit didn't last a week, and boom, he was dead.
He was gone, huh?
Yeah.
That was wild.
Right after all the money came pouring in.
After, yeah, for Mrs. Kirk, right?
Yep.
Took his picture down and everything, but took the money from Israel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lots of money. I think it was either
12
or
100 million or something crazy, right, Max?
Yeah, maybe 120. I can't remember the exact.
Straight from Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever, BB. Right? Oh, yeah. Well, let's hear what he has to say with the.
What are his rules on the?
What's that?
What are his rules on the?
Well, yeah, let's see how he uses it as a title or as an article.
Hi. Oh, my name's Erin. I'm a really big fan, and I'm really
Me's Erin. I don't wear a bra.
I'm a little stressed because I feel like I could ask about.
Get rid of the other one.
I could ask about anti-Semitism on campus,
right.
But I feel like with an opportunity like this, I would really appreciate some personal advice.
MAGA right there.
I'm here at the University of Pittsburgh as a social.
Oh my God, that's my wife's school.
Okay, we get to see
here.
I'm
really passionate about it.
I don't think this is going to be a good one. I'd rather be an interview. This is like Andrew talking.
Oh, you want to see?
It's not a good representation.
Okay.
Pick an interview.
So you want him on the hot seat?
No, just where he's with an adult, where he can't just roll over someone. He could play with her like playing with his food.
Fair enough.
Yeah, pick an interview or somebody. Yeah.
You mean the way that Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit handles those thoughts?
Yeah,
or Andrew Wilson on whatever podcast.
Or Andrew Wilson. I don't want him
on whatever podcast.
Yeah, I don't want him in the land.
Okay,
of,
you're fair. Joe's fair, Max.
Yeah,
he's very fair. How about what's him and Tucker? Let's see him and Tucker.
There you go. That sounds really good because both of them got that characteristic. Tucker less than him. Yeah, this is good.
Tucker's a great friend, and he's.
I like Tucker. Even though he's fucking
journalism and
crazy
work.
Ass.
We've known each other for 10 years, and
but he
had a phenomenal friendship. And it was great to actually be able to go on
mainstream media. He did a little bit.
We talked about a lot.
Yeah, even with
this
mainstream
conversation
media,
is going viral for a reason.
How come
we
I
talk
can't
about
hear
Gen Z. We talk.
I can hear.
Like, can you hear?
The archetype of villain and
the archetype. Okay, let's slow down a little bit.
Kind of.
Wait, can you hear that?
We sent you
Yeah.
From the West viewpoint, that why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Is it good for us?
You can't hear, Joe?
You can't hear?
All right, I'm gonna switch phones, so this might take a couple minutes.
Yeah, give him a minute.
Okay.
Right.
Then we'll go. Yeah. Then we'll go back to the other one while we do that. Let's see the chat.
Trying to think. Can the be used as a weapon?
As a weapon, like you're the worst son of all time.
Well, yeah.
But that's an obvious one. But like the more.
I keep going back to the truth, or
that's one I hear all the time. A lot of times here, Max, and it's like, what truth? I mean, I kind of depending on the person, and I know I heard their narrative many times. I can kind of point towards it, but we still don't know for sure, though, right?
Yeah,
that's why we got to be careful with that word.
Yeah, we always have arguments over what the truth is, right?
The truth, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you stand in the truth? Paul and Slave says that kind of stuff. What your truth of your everyday reality?
I guess
your personal stuff,
maybe.
Yeah,
but, who can say they have the truth?
It
could be.
I don't think anybody could say that.
The personal truth, maybe.
Yeah. You have a truth.
A truth might not be mine. Yeah.
That's why there's been time in my life where I've kind of been a little envious of people who have those deep, for example, convictions about certain things. Like this Joe.
they always kind of seem a little lost to me,
Yeah.
Like people that have convictions, they kind of seem lost in like they've constructed an entire world in their mind.
Yeah, I'm changing my name. That was
you?
Somebody did it.
Look at this. I was like, did you do that? Like,
you changed it.
Actually, see what that says?
This shit.
Hold on.
Okay, I got it. No, I got it. I see it.
No. Ah, shit. Oh yeah, here we go. Look at this. Can you read that, Max? Little sissy fan. That sounds like how Flow State talks or something.
That was Lindsay that I think about it. Lindsay did that little sassy pants she was calling you one night.
I want to put sissy. I can't read correctly sometimes. I make words what I want. I put an I in there. Little sissy fast. Sassy's too nice.
Yeah, she's nice though. She was just,
Well, Lindsay's cool. Yeah. I noticed she's back with the flow. Seems like she's like back to old days.
Still trying to change this fucking name.
What'd you think? Lindsay is back in the fold. Crew.
100%. I'm so glad, right, that she hung in there. Yeah.
Well, that's great conversation.
You know how I know? Because she don't come around here as much. It's like, come on, Lindsay, where you at, bro? Share the wealth.
Right.
You know your likes over here.
And the wisdom, Joe. That's
the wisdom for sure. She'll Larry King you though. She'll ask those tough questions.
There it is. I got it.
Got it. Joku. Yeah. Now the thing is, can you hear this, Joe?
It used to be a left-wing thing that used to always be driven from the base of the Democrat Party.
Yep.
And from AOC to Elizabeth Warren to Bernie Sanders, they were largely silent on the amount of money that we sent to Ukraine. So why? Is it because they started to love war? No, it's because Putin became an acceptable villain for the Democrat Party.
Pause.
Because they made
it right now. He already, and I'm barely listening to him so far. He is telling why he just did what I said. They say it's this. No, what it is this. As if it can't be both. He's already stepping out into that territory that I'm talking about.
Now, is that a Christian thing? I mean, like, because Eastern, because remember we were talking about the Dow yesterday, right?
Yeah.
The other day, Joe. That was a fascinating, great conversation, by the way.
Yeah, it carried on. Me and Blue carried on at the.
That's awesome. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Shout out to Texas Blue. Where are you? Because in general, I don't think like the Asians really do that as much. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
They're more open, a little bit more open in terms of that.
The archetype of villain
like Buddhist or whatever.
Yeah. The archetype of Putin and Trump to be kind of one and the same. That all goes back to Russiagate. It goes back to the lie of
a lie.
Wait,
so when he says the lie, but when he says the lie though, now fuck it, we're gonna be nitpicky, right?
Well, yeah,
it's kind of like it's kind of saying that I'm sure he's talking about the ops, the Democrats,
right.
like all they do is like, you know, they have the lie.
Right.
You know?
And it goes back to this one.
Right.
Go ahead, Max.
It's like the elites and shit, right? You know?
The elites.
Yeah. It's like the elites.
It's kind of like definite. It's a definite article, but with wide ranging interpretations, right?
He's too smart though. The lie that he's referring to, and this is why I didn't like him, because I think I would say this is a moment of him being disingenuous or outright being a liar, because I assume he's smart enough to know the Mueller report, which is what he's talking about, the lie. There was no Russian interference. The Mueller report exactly said that there is enough evidence here that there was interference, and but I can't rule on it because I'm an FBI or whatever. So I'm sending the information over to Congress. It's their job. There's absolutely evidence here. They should do something about it. And then the next day, Barr, who was the Attorney General, this is unheard of, came out to say his version of the report. And he said he was cleared for everything. Mueller, who never does television interviews, had to come out and say, no, that is not what I said. I said there is evidence, but sending it to Congress. And this is the lie. I assume if I'm smart enough to know that, I was aware. He knows that he is touting this lie. He knows better, but this is how you carry the total party line.
Yeah, it helps his position.
Yes, it gains so many people. Yes, it fires them up, plays on the emotion. People like this are to be wary of.
Well, if that's the case, Max, because we already said in the beginning of the video, like how Heron was saying that "the" is used more than any other word that we use every day. With that said, though, it's a weapon, though. It can be seen as a weapon.
Using it as a weapon because he's
very good.
Identifying this is the truth. This is in your mind. You know, the lie.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
It makes it twice as bad.
Think about it because it's just preformed.
Yes. I saw this guy on a little short yesterday. He puts up these two circles, one red, one blue. He's doing a little lecture and shit. He puts them up on the computer screen up there. He says, these circles, one of them is bigger than the other. Which one? Everybody hold up your hand. Who you think is A? Everybody B. And he said, when you saw these two circles, I bet you thought they were the exact same size. and they are. That's why you thought that. But it's that simple. Then when I told you that, you took it, and I got almost everyone to raise their hand and change their mind. And he went on to talk about how there's studies. If you repeat it enough times, people will believe it's truth. Yeah. And that's the word Max just used, which just made me think of that.
Yeah.
They presenting it as the truth.
The truth, the lie.
The truth.
Yeah. you know, Allen Iverson, I mean, nobody, I mean, I guess sometimes, but it wasn't answer. We didn't call, hey, the answer is playing. No, the answer is playing.
The answer, that's right. The Ohio State, right. The answer.
I love that one. That like changed the game, bro. Whoever did that in that Monday Night Football, when he said Ohio, wow. He took a state school. No offense to state schools, but like I went to state school for a little bit. But he said the Ohio State. He put some extra on it. Some power,
separation between it and other people, right?
Yeah. See, when people use word magic like that, and it actually happens, right? Makes you wonder what the resonance behind the words we use actually have, like you, bless, you know, these other things.
Yes.
You know,
the
I think
resonance
it's so strong.
Would change your mood, right? That's the resonance of the frequency you're talking about, which makes your change.
Yeah, mode. This could be why people that use their mouth, like in the entertainment fields, they get paid so much. Actors, fucking singers,
comedians,
right? Because the words they just can change everything.
Yeah,
and then we get conspiratorial. The so-called elites know this and want us to distract us with bread and circus and entertainment.
And if you're really effective, though, if you're on the level of a Charlie Kirk or Joe Rogan or Russell Brand, the elites will pay you and snatch you up. They will come in and pay you slowly, and then once you're in too deep, they'll get your ass.
They'll get you, yeah. Even Alex Jones has talked about
hugging Trump. Joe Rogan, which couldn't stand a two-party system, suddenly, Trump's a great guy.
I mean, same thing with Alex Jones, bro. He woke up people to left-right paradigm like 20 years ago. He's pumping for Trump.
You couldn't have came up with a better one. That was the best one. That's the best. End it there. Alex Jones, man. He was the guy, and he sold the fuck out.
And then I guess he can use the whole desperate times call for desperate measures. But come on, brother, you don't even bring that up anymore, really. It's like, but I don't know what's going on.
He has been compromised. He's being used.
Yeah, he has. He's still one of my favorites of all time, though. I still give it to Alex, bro.
He's still bringing out truth, but
yes, we do a side eye, right, Max? We have to look at it, kind of like, okay, we'll check the documents, but I don't know about your editorial, Alex, all the time. Yeah.
You begin to
things that happened. His take on them. Well,
you just listen to the word "the," and then when you hear it, and play it back and listen to that part, and then ask yourself: did they consciously choose to use that word, or did their language machine just put it together that way for them because that's the way they're programmed, and then they believed it because that's what came out of their mouth, and therefore,
what's up, Joe?
What?
And their brain damage, like the rest of us, is not like they're evil. They were damaged when they were children by their parents, by being taught English the way they were taught and the way we've all been taught.
Yeah.
You can spend a couple of weeks doing this, maybe 10, 15 minutes a day. There are plenty of places on the internet where you can listen to people on YouTube and stuff. And spend like 10 minutes a day just listening to people that you disagree with and listen to the way they use the word "the." The reason I suggest...
I think we created a monster. Max Joe Cool's going to take this and run with it.
I do that all the time, Joe. I think I might be ahead of him. I do that shit all the time. I got to sit through Fox and CNN and MSNBC. I got to sit
through about the Paddleverse, bro. You're gonna run amok on that shit.
Probably, right?
You're like, fuck,
that is because if you do that for a couple of weeks, and it may not even take a couple of weeks, it may not take any time at all, because eventually what's going to happen is you're going to start hearing it coming out of your own mouth. And that's when you know you're beginning to really get it. It's easy to hear somebody else abuse but you already caught yourself.
I do this, like I was doing meme / word magic, Max, when I some of these bigger shows I've had for my channel, when I would put like, instead of putting like, you know, a conversation with Mel Pandora, I put like the conversation, the Mel Pandora interview, the Flow State interview, like you know, the quintessential.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
that was that word magic.
Giving it title and you know, heightening its perspective.
Right. Or if I want to be subtle and Taoistic, I made that word up, Taoistic, I put like a conversation with Joe Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, right. Very subtle, humble.
Suddenly casual, suddenly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the thing is begin to notice how your own language machine automatically throws the word the in there for you. And there's just, well, there is a lot you can do about it. You can begin to reprogram your language machine, but it begins by becoming aware of it and actually getting that voice in your head isn't you. That voice in your head is just your language machine, and it's been badly programmed. And once you begin to observe it and pay attention to it, that puts you in a position to reprogram it yourself, so that
that's
either the word "the" doesn't come up as often, or when it does come up, and this is really good enough, when it does come up, you hear it and are prepared to reformulate it if it's important or necessary.
I think
and you can just see how people.
I think I've been working on this shit for a while. In fact, the next lesson after that is I, and you know, I've been working on that and forever and shit. I think these are lessons that I've been crafting and working on, which they probably never end, but I think these are shit I've already implemented, and I listen for it in other people, these words, and you know, like the no or I. Me or whatever the fuck the word may be, and then I listen for it coming out of my mouth. Same shit he talking about, just slightly different.
So instead of I, what's the alternative? you said you're going to work on the I. Your use of the word I.
Yes.
Like how would you fix it?
I would try and take me up out of it. Right.
Oh,
try to do less I altogether, because when I listen to it coming from other people, it's probably misused or overused and shit. There's a time and season, like we just said, and this could be a great story. Like you could tell me a story about you and Ben where I is absolutely appropriate. But then there's the guy 10th Man who every time someone asks a question or a response or has a comment, I is the first.
He always asserts himself, which is funny because like he came up here yesterday, which was like great. It was awesome. He made a great appearance over here, and he didn't even do that. He was like so locked into the topic and passionate about it. He didn't even do that. And if he did, it was graceful. It was subtle or whatever.
I would say he's learned that, because when he's on other panels, he is more graceful and leaves out the I. When he's at his crib, it's all about him, and you know, I give him all the leeway in the world because it's your crib. You got to release that shit somewhere.
Yeah, I can see why you like him. You guys have been friends for a while. He's a cool dude.
I like everybody though. Everybody, you know, if you don't dwell on that nonsense, right? And he's the worst.
That's true.
Well, he ain't the worst. He's like everybody else, but he did all the shit you do when you go 10th level degree, immediately fuck that shit. And he's worse though, right? You know, but he used to be.
I have to say, bro, I went on, because I mean, I haven't been on Jack Telcott in months, and because, you know, I wasn't happy about like being treated, you know, people being rude and racist, that is some of the guests, right? And he saw me in the chat, said what's up to him, and he's like, hey Gabe, come up here, I haven't seen you in a while. So I went up there, and I was having a good conversation, him with Steven even, and like he brought Tommy, he's all, should I bring him in? I'm like, I know what he's gonna do, right? And sure enough, he calls us all N-words and F slurs, and it's like, and I'm like, but it's like, and speaking of Tommy, it's like I've tried, but I think at this point it's like I just, you know, stay away from the dude. When we say, but even him, I guess everyone has something good about him.
And you vote with your presence, whether it be your words or your physical presence or whatever. So to everything is a season. if that is all you're doing, you're probably doing it wrong. You know, you probably should be present, and then your vote counts when you use it. It's used for a reason, type of shit. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and shout out to Hurricane Paro. Good to see you, brother.
Have
you talked to him before? He's fun.
That's my man, yo. Yeah,
He's
we was
awesome,
probably
right?
talking yesterday. I think we was talking about something. We were me and on OG room. I think we was doing something good. Always something about the law, how it applies, where you got ID, this and that. You know, that's his specialty anyway. And he was telling me about Coleman. God, dog it. Iowa versus John or Iowa versus Coleman.
No, I'm not talking about El Paro. I'm talking about Hurricane Paro.
Oh, Paro. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know
Paro,
that well, but I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him.
El Paro's weird, bro. Like he be talking about my son and shit, about my parenting. It was a total out of pocket, bro.
He does that.
Yeah,
shit.
exactly.
A lot of people do that.
I don't know because when he was doing it hardcore, like he was like he put because I have a picture of my son sometimes over there. He put a picture of him and his son, and I'm trying to be mean, but it looked like his son was like, I don't know, like maybe like mentally disabled or something. I don't know if he died or whatever, and he sees me, my relationship with my son, and gets jealous or feels a certain kind of way. But for him to like harp on like what he thinks I'm doing with my son when it's like, bro, that's out of line. People get
a
lot of things happen.
So
you know what I mean? You know I want to go. You know me now. Like, don't go there again.
But
I love my son. I was like, why are you?
That's what people say, and people doing all of that shit though. However, you are not immune to the rules of the fucking YouTube shit. If you make a show and talk about how I'm dedicating it to my son, people are gonna comment on it. You don't even get control no more. Right?
But it's like I don't even give him I never even gave him that much attention other than like give him a spot to share his views on my platform. Never was rude until I said, bro, this is when it started. I said, like, bro, I mean, you're saying this person's talking shit, but you talk a lot of shit yourself, my friend. And then he was like, well, I said, you have to come around here. And ever since I said, just like Cynthia, I said, you don't have to come around here. These people, I mean, I haven't heard them do it really now, but they go on smut runs talking about me and shit. It's like, it's their right, but come on, bro. It's like, it really shows me a lot about you. Like I've never done a show about a person, like a whole show about somebody, or like this weirdo shit. But anyway, Hurricane Paro's the man. Hurricane Paro's the man.
Everybody got to get it out, Gabe, including you. It's a thing. It's a real thing. Yeah.
I'm a strange person.
Use it to justify their self-righteousness. When they
here we go, Markella. I gotta get my sister, Markella, best mod ever. No one has the right to talk about your son, for that matter. They have no right to talk about anyone's children. Absolute. Even Joe, but Joe, I know how Joe is. He'll be like, it's the internet, so anything goes, right?
It's the real world, man.
I like it,
I think it's as horrendous as you guys do, but I'm not so crazy to think I can control the internet because of how I feel. That's what you're doing when you're telling what other people need to do. You can't do that. You can't do that. No, you knew the rules when you came up here, nigga. You knew the rules. If I got my crack addict girlfriend up here, you can't talk about my wife. I saw that bitch smoking crack, but you never talk about someone's wife. It's not a thing.
Maybe it's
your fault for telling people you have a wife. Really?
Exactly. It's expected. You don't say fault. I wouldn't say fault like it's an inherent negative. Just understand what follows. I like what he is.
I'm proud of my wife though. She's fine, bro. Like fuck it. Like my wife is fine. So like I'm gonna say so, bro. But if you want to talk about her, I mean talk about that. You're right. That's their opinion. And I guess to be right and speaking with my language is better to say something like, that's me. That's strange, bro. How you would talk about my son. Not that you can't do it or whatever. I guess.
There you go. If they can learn the lesson and apply it on the same night on the same show, that's
constant, real time.
That was real time. And you use it appropriately, right? That was
right speech.
They know how the world really is, the way it is, the answers, the explanations. Well, let me give you
said
the
no.
other four
Okay, I respect that,
stupidities because they're
Marco.
relatively simple and
I
don't
respect
require. Well, three of them are really simple and don't require any real explanation. They're also quite common. Actually, before I do that, I want to get a URL and put it in here. Hold on.
WM, a discussion that follows
is called reification. What I want to talk about is one of the stupidities called reification.
Reification.
Okay.
And it'll say do it for you, so you don't have
reification. Reification.
He'll tell me.
Reification.
He'll tell you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe, I have this in the chat. I'll put it in if you want to go back and watch the video. It's a really good video.
Actually have to randomly.
Yeah, you put it in the regular chat.
For me,
put it back.
Yeah, that's what I'll do that.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, if you would read that, I'd be interested to see what it says.
Okay, yes. The title is Superstition and Judgment. There is no coherence without tradition. The time fast approaches when production will no longer be able to withstand the forces of humility. Until now, people have been content with mere truth, but now we must move beyond temptation to equilibrium. For we must always remember that the fundamental force behind simplicity is not defiance, but virtue. And of course, we all know that the convergence of participation and insanity leads inevitably to greater faith. The age of reason has arrived. Which side are you on?
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now, the reason this works is this is an example of the problem of what I call I didn't make this word up. Somebody, I don't even know where the word came from. The word is reification. And what it talks about is there's a problem in the noun structure of English. Do you remember what you were taught about what a noun is when you were in grammar school? In America, we were taught a very specific little mantra.
Yeah, person, place, or thing for sure. Yeah. Yep.
A noun is a person, place, or thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it's like almost everybody in America will just automatically regurgitate. Oh, a noun is a person, place, or thing.
And Canada, right, Max? We can't forget our northern brother.
Yeah.
But that's just simply not true. It depends on how you want to define the word thing.
He says not true.
See, I would say that in order for something to be a thing,
then you have to be able to put it in a bucket. Everybody knows. Everyone knows.
Mm-hmm.
What he is saying right now? Everyone knows what, Max?
He was saying before. Rewind it and you'll see what he said.
No. I heard every word he said. I'm asking you what are you saying?
Well, he's saying that these are facts. You know, he's using like the.
I see. Yeah. So even in his dissertation, he's using as tools or weapons, I guess, to combat brain damage, as he says, right? Right. So, that's a good point, Max. That's a good point.
He's causing.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
He's saying, Joe. He's saying that.
Did he go out?
Huh? He went away. He muted.
Go ahead, tell me what you say. You tell me again. You can hear us, NPC. Your mic's put.
Everyone knows as like the truth.
Yeah, very good. Okay. I thought you were talking about the thing he had just said, which was what he had just said.
Not true. It depends on how you want to define the word thing. See,
that's what
I would say that in order for something to be a thing, then you have to be able to put it in a bucket. It may be a big bucket, like a mountain is a thing.
He's redefining
big enough bucket, you could put the mountain in the bucket. But words like these in this reification problem, novelty, science, judgment, compulsion, reality, tragedy, illusion, those are not things. Yeah. There is no such thing as love. There's no such thing as knowledge.
He's saying it's abstract.
He's just redefined the fucking word to be smart, in my opinion. Of course.
We'll see where he goes.
He didn't have but he didn't have nowhere to go. When he tried to dispute that people use it for a person, place, or thing, encompasses all. He would have had to divide it into sexes and change the definition, which is what he's doing, which doesn't seem, not solid ground.
Yeah,
he's I don't know if this is a Chicago thing or just my friend K-Blau thing, where my friend K-Blau would always say things are either abstract or concrete. abstract or concrete. It seems like he's talking about abstract things. They're making a differentiation between abstract things and concrete things. Am I right?
I would absolutely agree, but just them using things would have covered all. And most people would have saw thing would easily love, is a thing. Most people
feelings, basically.
Yeah, feelings are a thing.
Anger is a thing, right? Anger is a thing.
I think most people would think like that.
Yeah,
it's a real thing. I saw you angry. It's a real thing.
What do you think, Nude Guru?
There are those are words, just like the word spoon is a word that refers to this thing on my desk here. And then we have these other words like knowledge and reality, but there is no thing that you can point to and say there's humility, because it's a word of a different order of reality. It's about relationships between things, not about things themselves.
An idea is a thing.
Yes, you know what? He's making his point now. The fact that he went off on
relationships
to use the word thing to get there and make the point that he's now about to give, that was his misstep. He should have just made this point is pure what he is saying. He's about to say that your love is separate from other things. The fact that he out on a limb saying you can't call it a thing though, already it's fucking him up. But here is the point. The only reason he made that stretch is to get to what he's about to say now.
Right, which is relationships. He's talking about things in relation to one another. I think, huh?
The problem is because it's a word of a different order of reality. It's about relationships between things, not about things themselves.
Are right.
The problem is in English that distinction is lost, and people get into arguments about what democracy is, or what science is, or what.
Yeah, you see those in the panels, right?
I love it. Nice.
Proof is, or any of these things.
Proof. Or we hear the one Max and I were talking about, the famous Paul the Slave, the truth.
Yeah.
Shadow Buddha would say the truth. The truth. The truth.
The truth. I know the truth.
I have an argument.
You know it. I know it. Yeah.
About my spoon here. I'll bet you any argument you and I have about this spoon, if you and I were both here in the room together with this spoon, we would have no more argument. Because we will be able to resolve that argument by looking at the spoon itself and deciding what makes sense.
I understand, but
if we
I've met stupid people. I've met some great. I shouldn't call them stupid. That was the wrong word.
I see brain damage. We're using that word today.
I don't know if it makes you brain damage. Some people would argue that is not a spoon, right? You say we would have no. Some people will argue that is not a spoon. Yeah. You know what that is, Joe? That was. Used to be a ship's guide, so and so. Y'all use it as a spoon. God. You got it wrong. Someone's gonna find some way to disagree. It's a real thing. But I understand his point. I understand his point.
Either they're being contrarian or they're on the sherm sticks.
Yes, they're contrarian or so they're sharp.
Argument about democracy.
Is it a spoon or the spoon?
Right.
I say depending. Huh?
What?
A spoon. You can't go wrong with A though. I'm saying that's what I think. You can't go wrong with A. Here we go, Shadow Buddha. Yeah, he said there are people who say I can't control your emotions and how you feel, which is a true statement. However, the person who says that then should not antagonize and instigate others to get a reaction. Yeah, I've heard that too, huh?
Well, then, Buddha, it seems like both are true. And you can't control a motherfucker emotions and shit totally. But the fact that you can curb your behavior as not to get them angry shows that you do have a bit of control on it, and you're going to keep them from being angry by controlling.
I see.
Yeah, we do control the interactions we have.
Yeah, but that is not good faith when people say, I can't control your mood. Yeah, you can't. But no shit.
You should. My job, if you're in a shitty mood, is to make you feel better. That's my job.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
That just scared me.
Freedom or the future or economy or any number of thousands and thousands of English words. There's no way to settle the argument because there is no thing for recourse to. But because people don't think about it in those terms, people actually look for love the way they look for their keys. Well, like there is some such thing as love. Then somehow, or they wonder, they ask themselves.
Yeah, when I found love with my wife, it came out of unexpected. It's like when I was searching very hard, and then I got sidetracked and onto myself, getting stronger or whatever at the yoga studio. Then all of a sudden she comes out of nowhere, which is love. We'll say that's kind of true though, right? Because if you go look for a feeling or anger or whatever like that, I'm sure you can find it, but it's not consistent, huh?
Yeah, and I agree. I don't know if the math adds up, but I agree with you. When you're not looking is when they flock to you. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think there's that stink of desperation sometimes,
Yes. Stink. Yeah.
That's tough.
I've seen it drive them away all the time.
They drive women away, right?
Yeah.
But is there a fine line though for not caring? Like you want to be nonchalant and act like you don't want to not care so much that like you miss opportunity though as well too, right?
I don't know. I see. What seems
maybe I don't know.
I understand that. No, you're right.
What works for me is just be completely oblivious to any woman hitting on you. So that was fantastic.
Yeah,
then you get one that's going to try.
Right. Yeah, that's hard to do when you're a control freak. Not you, but like me. Like I get those choosing signals. It's hard to not like latch onto it sometimes, but you got to chill, pimp. Right? Got to chill a little bit.
I'm thinking the one who's coming on to you too hard. That's the one to be weary of. Totally weary.
Yeah.
So what works for the goose is good for the gander a little bit. If she's over interested and you don't want to be thirsty, and if she's thirsty, it's a bad look for her too.
Yeah. I don't want her sitting beside me, trying to wrap her legs around my neck. But every now and again,
Say what I love you after 5 days. Hey man, cut that shit out.
Yeah. I mean, since we're men here, like if it's after dark where you're living and Ben's downstairs, I'll say this. There's nothing sexier gets me more aroused than like back in the day when you're talking to a woman or whatever. Maybe you just met her or you're on a couple dates and she gave you the green light and like you're gonna go back and handle business. Once she like makes it, and it's not necessarily she's like we're gonna do this. No, but you know for a fact. Once you know. Oh, that's a good
changes
feeling.
The whole night change. It ain't just you're gonna get laid. The whole night change.
The whole night
changes. Now like all she got to do is kiss you. I'm already picturing at the bars, the booth. The shit together, whether it be chairs or the booth, and she lean in and deep tongue kiss you. The rest of the night it's on. You can hug her up. You can make it like see your squad. You get to just everything is cool for the rest of the night. It changes everything. There's no awkwardness no more.
Exactly. That's the awkwardness is over. Yeah. See, Joe. Now I like how he painted the picture though. He's bringing me back on that shit. Yeah. So New Guru says, on the contrary, and to be fair, rewriting and reprogramming requires a great deal of hyper nitpicking, intense scrutiny. Yeah, so that's why I was called self-stalking.
Is that true? To reprogram how it causes hyper? No, I disagree. Let me make sure I read that.
He says requires. Requires.
On the contrary, to be fair, rewiring. Okay, first of all, I thought it said rewriting. Rewiring and repro regards a great deal of hyper nitpickety intense scrutiny. No, I still disagree. If I want to rewire it, nigga, I want to get him because like the Matrix, you want the most simple idea. And you just beat it and repeat it, right? You don't want to get it so complex, motherfucker ain't gonna understand like that. You got to keep it simple. Us versus them. He's the bad guy. That's the enemy over there. You got to keep it damn near 3 words and do it most. They come to kill you. You got to do that. You don't want a motherfucker nuanced. He'll figure the shit out. I think that's the opposite of that.
But what about starting off though? Like you'd be super due diligent, like your basics training is hitting these points.
Yeah.
So
I have to learn it. If that's, I have to learn if that's what you're saying. As the bad guy, I would have to learn the nuances and shit. But I don't want him to know my tricks. If that answers, I'm not sure what you asked.
Mm-hmm. A lot of letting go. He says. To do this objectively as one can,
and a lot of letting go.
Subjectively forms trickery.
I don't know how letting go applies to the first part, but the letting go is the key to everything. It's the key to healing. Right? You're only punishing yourself. When you think, I don't know, it seems so simple now. But when someone, I'll bring it down. I was thinking street shit, but I'll bring it to YouTube. Said someone, yells at you and says something disrespectful, but I see up in the street, and you think that my job is to respond the same way that they did. Now suddenly it seems so many flawed shit with that. You shouldn't even have to go into why that is unwise, right?
That's true. Yeah. Well, maybe you do to convince yourself. Like, for example, like when Tommy was saying those awful things to me today, and I was like, I was just quiet in a sense, and like, okay, and I didn't respond really. And if I did, I wasn't trying to cause necessarily self-harm.
Add that part. I was going to add that letting go doesn't mean you can't respond. Now it means your shit's wise. It's on your timing. Now, all of that shit. Letting go means I don't have that emotional. Fuck you, nigga. Let it go.
Well, now what I did was like the first time I was like calm and I responded and not trying to cause self-harm. But the second time when he said something, I didn't let go, New Guru, because I said, well, we're on a different level, Tommy. I mean, your priority is like what dumpster you're going to be in tonight. And, mine is like, I have to raise my family. And
that's funny. That's objectively funny, right?
But technically I wasn't letting go all the way though. Right, it is funny.
Well, it depends either way. But if it's a joke, even if it's a jab at a motherfucker,
I'm trying to be mean and funny.
But if you're trying to be mean, suddenly it's
funny,
a little harsher.
On the internal feeling, I think, like if he triggered you and you had to do that response,
there you go.
A knee jerk.
I didn't have to do it, Max. I recognize I didn't have to do it. It's more of a choice, I guess.
Yeah.
I see.
You have control over yourself.
No.
Even though it's a choice, don't give him freedom yet. It's a choice.
He's my good dad. You're the mean dad. Back to the dad. I go over to his house. You're the mean. I see you every day. You're like, eat your vegetables.
Eat your vegetables. Look at you. See, it's getting late.
Put some cheese sauce on it.
I was gonna say, I know I'm not gonna remember it all now, but even once you take your time to relax and all of that shit, how you choose to respond. I was gonna say how you choose to respond. There is still his choice. He still had a choice on how he responded. I wouldn't say like you had to do it like that. You waited, you gave the reasonable 4 days. You still how you do a thing, man. There's so many smooth ways to do this shit, and
you had a choice. You could have made it better. You could have made the situation better, worse, or
better, worse. Right? You made a choice.
Trying to cut the karma, man. Trying to cut the karma, which is just extra nonsense, cause and effect. Like trying to make it, like I don't want to add. When I say karma, add to it. Adding to it in a bad way.
Was that in here? When that in here would do say the good tailor makes few cuts TML?
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's
that is exactly what you're saying. Yes.
Buddha says in Buddhism the ego is not real and an illusion. Ooh. Our consciousness is ever changing rather than a fixed independent. Yeah, that's true. I think when we say ego, a lot of times people are like, it's like colloquially, but really we don't. There's not even an ego, because in order for there to be an ego, there has to be a self, and we don't even know if there's a real self there, really.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I would disagree.
Right? Do you have an ego when you're a baby? I don't.
I don't know.
I think it's built over a lifetime. Your ego.
But do you have a self? A self?
Yeah, the self thing, though.
Yeah, I think it is self.
It is. I think it is like the rest of nature. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I remember. When I was very young, I actually remember most of my childhood, even in diapers and the crib and all that. And I remember being, but I didn't really have an ego.
Okay.
Before
that's
the ego.
Cool, man. Yeah. But you said you remember. Now I wonder if you would see it like that back then, because now we say, all right, I remember. What's that I? Would that be what we consider?
That would be both. There would be both. There would be a self I hate to give it a name because you limit it when you do, but Joe Cool, as you know me, there would be a self. And that self would be part of a union, meaning we are definitely individual and a union at the same time, which seems to me to be the norm. That us putting that binary shit seemed to be wrong. It seems like you can be two states at once, and that's what it seems like everything is.
Well, the non-duality, they say you are one without a second. We're one without a second.
One. Oh, yeah. Now they're excluding the I. Then, if they're saying that, they're excluding the I altogether. And I'm not sure that's
not even you are like one. They'll say one without a second.
All right. Yeah. And I agree. We're all one. Is kind of like Jesus when people say Jesus is God. You know, I can't argue that, but at the same time, it's I can see that they're separate and everything but a logic when he's saying God. If you can, you know, it tells me they're separate. But I know he's God because I felt his presence. They are the same energy. It seems like not only that, it's old enough, you know, time and space seem to be the same thing. What is it called? The Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can't nail something down. Its location is not what you think it is. You can never really measure a thing.
No, you can't,
because it's never right where you think it is. It seems like this duality shit is possible in one.
It'll be like this fractal. Sorry, Markella, if this fucks with you too much, but this right here, bro. Like when you look into space in a fractal, the more you look into it, the more it opens up into something else.
Yeah,
you know, it just keeps going and going and going and going.
Yeah, we are like fractals, I think.
Yes, we don't know what energy we putting out there, where it goes.
No.
Look at that. This is the same thing, bro. All I did was change the paper, but it's the same. It's the same screen. I can do all this shit. This is really going on, man. Yeah.
I do the
young black Aaron. The kid's the ambassador for tourism in Indonesia.
I'm glad. I was about to say the same shit. No, I heard it. Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was
They
great.
changed each other's life. The guy that made the song, Money Mike, he was just out of the army, the most depressed he's ever felt.
Wow.
And he needed to self-talk himself up, and he made that song. And look at him now, bro. And then, like, not only that, because somebody made a TikTok video of this kid in Indonesia doing these boat races, changed his life forever.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And then they did a video over the summer together.
That's that practice shit we talking about. That's that practice shit right there.
Yeah,
you never know.
Right
man.
choice.
Yeah. If there isn't a self, what is there?
What is ask y'all? Go ahead. No, let me ask y'all.
Conversing with someone right now is really undefinable, right? But we can, right. We can
conversing with myself, then, right? If I'm talking to you, I'm talking to myself. If there is no so and so, and that would be true every time I talk to you, niggas. I know I'm talking to myself,
right?
Yeah,
all that shit seems to be true.
You think about it, we exchange energy, we exchange vibration,
yes,
emotions.
Yes.
So yeah, you're imprinting on yourself again.
When I want to do it at its simplest, that's what I do. I just do the energy. I just try to change negative energy to positive. If I'm unsure, uncertain, and don't have a plan, and it's base, I know I'm trying to attain. If I'm too emotional, don't forget, you're trying to turn negative into positive. You're not going to do it by being negative yourself. That's my task, turn negative energy into positive every day, all day, in every situation.
Yeah, transmuter. New Guru says Buddha reflects both the idea.
Because it's good for you. So you're doing yourself.
You say just because it's good for you doesn't mean it's good for others? Is that what you're saying, Max?
Well, yeah, it is. That's the thing. You're doing something that's good for yourself. It's good for others.
Right. Well, that's what my friend I was talking about the blessed brother Ali. He said his definition of his brother is a brother or sister is someone that I want the same good stuff for me that I want for them too. That's what makes him. That's how he defines what a real brother is or a sister.
Yeah, the golden rule is really applicable in everything.
Buddha just said exactly what I said. That last line, simply emphasizing instead that the self is simply not findable and permanent,
Right.
solid entity. Like the shit I was just saying about you can't measure a particle is not where you think it
No.
is. It's like the same shit with itself. It's
Concept
undefinable.
flux.
You can't nail it down.
Yeah. You're not the same person that picked up the phone earlier, like an hour ago, and came on the broadcast as you are now. Or
100%,
I say person,
right?
but yeah.
No, you're right. Well, I don't know what fucking Max would have said that caused the fractal, or you would have shared. And then I go tell the next motherfucking where that shit goes. You never fucking know.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be using that Taylor makes few cuts. I'm gonna be using that. I wrote it down. Taylor makes few cuts. That's my new philosophy.
That's dope, right?
Yeah, TML. That was a fractal of this.
Yeah. Just don't say this.
Just because I'm sucking dick don't make me a fag. That shit ain't right.
That's funny. I don't know though.
You're talking like that in front of kids. There's some little bitty kids chilling. I'm trying to get a spot over here in the playground to drink my beer and smoke some cigarettes.
Is he a faggot or D faggot?
Right.
Joe's like, nobody would be talking like that if you really did grow up in there.
I think I'm falling in love, or I think I'm in love. Like there's some objective.
Yeah.
Now he's in love. He went over the edge. Now he's in love. This is all part of the fantasy world that we live in. These illusions, these relationships between things are treated as though they're things in themselves with their own properties independent of our evaluation. And that's just simply not true. That's about as crazy as you can get. And that wisdom machine thing, all you got to do is listen to Alex Jones or any philosopher or any politician, and they love these kinds of words. They're full of emotions, and people respond to these things, but they have no actual meaning at all. It's almost like if I say x plus 7 equals 10. Is that true or false? Well, it's not true or false. As long as X is in there, it doesn't mean anything.
Is that these words are labeling things that we don't understand?
Not things. No, they're not things. That's exactly the point.
Wrong.
Don't say that because it's hard.
See, you make it hard to talk because he can't call it a thing. Fucking prick.
I was subconscious at first talking to
Locked himself in a word.
Yeah, he's locked in now.
Shit, what did Paula said? Hey, what Paula? I skipped your comment. My bad. You said that somebody gonna spoon things up somehow. Are you gonna spoon tonight to keep warm? That's fun. Yeah.
Hard to talk about it. How else do you talk about it? We say, well, they're things that aren't things, but they're not things. They don't even exist. See, what they are is words. This is really quite simple. If someone wants to know what love is, it's real easy. Love is a word. Love is a word that people use to mean
words are things. So where are we again? Words are things. So we're back in the circle now. You fucking break. You ain't helping yourself, bro.
It sounds like he. What was I gonna say? He said he's not a romantic, at least right here. He is though. I've seen his other writings and talks, but right here he's not being romanticizing things. You know what? People go, "What are you talking about? Love is this. Love is this, and that. The first dew of spring." You know what I mean?
Right, he's right. He has a point with all of that shit. It's ill-defined. He should have stayed there.
Yeah. He's right on that. Yeah.
I never heard him talk about intent though. Intent.
Do you mean when you use the word love? I love pizza and I love my dog. The word love means whatever you want it to mean. But again, people don't think of it that way. People think that they know what these things really mean. They think they know what democracy really is, as though democracy had a set of attributes like my spoon has a set of attributes. Democracy has no attributes that I don't give it.
Nigga, if the spoon is real, the fucking democracy is real.
It has definitions. You can define it.
Yes.
That's what makes it different than other political systems.
Yes.
You can define it.
It seems like if that spoon's real, democracy is real.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking concrete versus abstract, though.
I understand that, and I still say,
yeah, but he's locked himself into a definition that's wrong. You know, if he wants to say that there's a difference between concrete and hypothetical things, then he's got to
right now. Yeah, he got to do that. Right.
So reification is another one of the stupidities, relatively easy one. And if you notice, if you look on that word list, many of those words have very clear noun endings that mark them as reifications. They end in ty.
What'd you say, Max?
But at the end of it, both of them are going to be things.
You already anticipating it, right?
That's crazy. You got it. Yeah. Maybe to fast forward, I think actually people, quote unquote, what we're calling people selves are actually verbs because of that constant changing. I think it's more accurate to say, like Alan Watts would say, like we're actually peopling.
I love it. I love it because that goes with the philosophy. That's better than what the fuck he's saying with that things shit. He should have outright said we're all verbs. We're all in a state of action movement. We can't be nailed down or defined. That would have went better with his thing that he's.
You say you got no motion. You got motion, right?
Yeah, to the philosophers we are becoming, right?
Yeah,
coming, right? Exactly. In Asia, they would say like the kid would say, "Mommy, am I was I born?" No, they say like they say more like I'm growing. I'm like a plant. Like I'm in the process of something. Not just like you're a plot. You're here now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm becoming.
And see why.
Becoming. Yeah. Max is like, yeah, because weird. I'm trying to romanticize it, Max.
And TION and ENCE, and a lot of them have very typical endings that clue us into the fact that they are reifications.
Is racism, sexism, are those nouns technically?
Racism, sexism,
all the isms.
I hate to get into the Nicky Knack particular. I avoid those fucking words. But if I'm gonna get into it, I think without using my mind, I'm gonna say I think I'm gonna end up it's a noun. But I don't.
Yes.
And I don't want to get into other motherfuckers' definition. I gotta define it myself. My definition don't sound like total definition. It's so convoluted, but I think it's real, and I think it's a thing.
Like I'm trying to think of it like
isms are ideologies, right? So.
Yes.
Yeah, or usually not only ideology,
like conservatism. It would be a thing.
Usually someone that's an expert in it. Like an expert in that ideology. So, like my
it's interesting. I've studied it. It must be a thing. I've studied it.
Exactly. He used to say that his definition of racism. This is a black man from Cleveland. He said that it's one who's proficient in the study of race. Racism.
Mine will probably, I shouldn't say never change, but it's independent of what other motherfuckers think. I think real racism just putting one race thinking is superior or inferior to another. And the rest I think is debatable. You can't be a racist, you don't have power. Really? I think white people suck. That ain't racist. White people are evil and they steal shit. That ain't racist because I don't own a grocery store and I'm not there. What the fuck do you mean? That's racist.
That's bullshit. I'm not bullshit, but I can see why people do that. That's why, like, I've noticed with people that would normally be called a racist, like Tommy and some other people, when you say the word bigot, they lose their shit.
Or racist, they don't like it, Joe, and they can't identify it, Gabe. They I don't know, it's some traumatic attachments. And
like when you say bigot, they like hits them hard.
Kind of like that hard
It's true, but why is that? Why do you think that would hurt somebody more than just calling them a racist?
I think mostly because they putting up gates to what they want to believe and what it is, and they feel secure behind them, and they don't want some motherfuckers coming around testing them gates all the goddamn time. And they feel that something ain't right on the other side of them gates. They know they ain't got it all, but nigga, don't refine me. I'm okay with what I got.
Yeah. Something ain't right. I seen Finn's tail by the same sucker's headlight. Is it that fool that I ran up that block? Or is it that clown last week that I shot? That's the radio version.
A good place to listen for all this stuff is
the wannabe for $5,000. Thought he had Kane when it was gold medal clout.
Somebody's
gold medal
clout. That they are reifications. A good place to listen for all this stuff is, especially the word "the" and reification, is when somebody's having an argument. If you disengage from the substance of their argument, and that was what I was going to say. Also, is that
all of
especially the word "the" and reification,
ghetto boys when
somebody's having an argument. If you disengage from the substance of their argument, and that was what I was going to say. Also, is that all these reifications, "the" is almost always the default value for any one of them. Because we love the feeling of security it gives us, the resolution, the vitality, the evil in the world. Now I have the certainty or the happiness. A or and just sort of somehow feels weak to us. We want to feel more secure than A or and. We like the.
These are things that, when you're exposed to it, are so blindingly obvious.
Yeah. The thing is, you've already known everything I'm going to tell you, except for one of them. You already know. But the thing is, you don't know that you know it. And there's a big difference between knowing something and knowing that you know it. And there's a big difference between knowing something and knowing that you know it. Now that you know these things, it puts you in a whole different position. You already knew this thing. Yeah, right.
I didn't say anything gay. Why tell me applause?
Many years ago, I tried to explain that theory to my buddy Lee. I was telling him it's all knowledge. You have all knowledge and all of that shit. You know, he thought I was crazy. And I know he's not strong in math. I told him, you know what a quadratic equation is, or some crazy shit. And he's like, bullshit, I don't know that about it, blah, blah, blah. And I told him, this is the formula for so-and-so. If you know the formula, you put the numbers in, so-and-so, so-and-so. Now, you've just formed your own so-and-so. I didn't give you any fucking knowledge or anything like that. These are things you already knew. But as this guy put it, you just didn't know you know him. Motherfucker just had to point them out or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
They were already there. You already had the tools and already had everything.
That's like when I say, like, you had the words for what I've been thinking about that I couldn't express, so didn't have the words to express it. Right. Well, I think Paul had a good comment. She said, "Self, a bag of cells that when you touch, you feel your touch. Others, a bag of cells that when you touch them, someone else feels your touch." Okay, that's cold right there.
Ooh, I gotta fucking replay it in my head a time or two. But I'm trying to already take to a different level, right? She's saying, "Wait a minute, that's on my block."
Bring it up. Self, go ahead. Come on, Max, help us out, bro. A bag of cells that when you touch you. Oh wait, she redid it over there. Okay.
All right.
When you touch, you feel your touch.
Someone else feels
right. You feel your touch. That's you. And the non-self is when you feel someone else feels it.
Yeah, you're getting
so
image, right?
Yes,
a reverse image, even. Yes, a mirror image, even.
Yeah.
So, that's what I was trying to do. Take it to that next level where, how can I distinguish myself in that bigger arena that we was trying to put it in? When I was saying, like, if I didn't say it, I was thinking it where we're one drop of water, but we all form an ocean. But that drop is as a drop as much as it is a so and so, and you all form the same together. Blah 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 blah. A wave of protons and so and so.
Go ahead, Julie.
So the feeling thing. When I refer to myself, it must be something that I feel and other people don't, or feel differently in order for her thing to be true. I'm trying to think of that shit in my head.
That didn't matter more until like I got married. Made it like started thinking about people other than myself and my good friends. But then having a child though made it to the next level.
Yeah,
the next level of that.
That's when I become weed. Right, I become weed suddenly. Yeah.
Shit. I got a book, guys. Thanks for the talk. It's been great.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Max. Great, bro. Appreciate you, brother.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Max. Love you too, Max. Max
hey,
Visions, baby.
Through it. without all that talking, the Max talking, maybe we can get through the damn movie, man.
You're watching that movie.
Oh wow! Hey Max, you still here, brother?
Joe, that's for you. Texas Blue wouldn't approve of that. That mean thing.
I know, right?
Now, okay, Paula says subjective, objective. It seems like when people focus on empirical evidence, there's less issues that blanket statements and subjectively.
I think that's the point he was trying to make with the spoon. When you focus on the obvious and so and so.
Definition, that's wrong. Careful with this subjective. Yeah. Rude guru, nude guru keeps us honest. Shout out to Markella and Moz. She says support the channel through buy me a coffee. Yeah, do that. Every bit helps. Keep that content rolling. You are amazing. Thank you. I'm insecure. Why you say that? I'm insecure. When I said pause, it was a joke. I literally had a gay dude on my panel like the whole time. I'm not saying like I got a gay best friend. No,
sounds like gay. Trying to be funny. And it's even funny if he ain't talking about nothing gay at all or insecure in that way. Yeah, exactly. You took it that way, it makes it 8 times funny. Under
the Vernon Howard Act, I would say a philosopher. I would say like, yeah, man, even that. Even though I can't see it, I'll learn from that. I'll keep my eye on that. Nude Guru, thanks for that, man. I put it in my pipe and smoke it later. Yeah. It seems to be missing half the what.
We would all be insecure in a moment, and we'd all be secure in moments. So whether I'm insecure or not, that goes without saying. What moment did you see that pointed to me? You saw me.
What moment did you say the gay when I said pause? I'm just curious.
Was it from the pause, Guru? Was it the pause comment? Oh, he got something in there. The insecure thing was from something previous when you were asking why people react about being called a bigot.
Oh, okay.
Thank
you. I am insecure.
See, you did talk it down.
Motherfucker. Who is that, bro? You actually talked to them before?
All the time, yo.
They about to float away to the ether or something?
Yeah. That's the cat. When I was inviting you to backstage, that's the cat.
Yeah, I figured
room I'll be going to. Yeah.
He's fucking
that way,
wild,
you know,
in a good way.
That way it can be all about figuring shit out as opposed to everybody getting up. You see how he is, and it's his room.
Yeah.
So ain't nobody gonna get up and be a superstar and do the me, and you fucking dumb nigga. No, man, that's just gonna occur over there. Yeah.
It's kind of coming from the school of Dominic, but coming from a little bit different. Maybe not. You know what I mean? It's a little different, but it's kind of similar to that.
It's similar but different. I would give you
different. Yeah.
Dominic would fuck around more in the realm of the hypothetical and shit like me and you fuck around is. He would be more in a world of the keep it simple, stupid.
Exactly, which is like a high form of knowledge, I think. Not trying to make things complex. Yeah, he makes the complex things simple.
Yes, and he goes
always is an art. Yeah, enough glazing for
Nude Guru.
He might not come around if he keeps doing that.
I'll give you 2 more that are
right. The thirst is gonna drive away.
One we don't think about very often is dualism, two-valued logic. We love to divide the world up into 2 mutually exclusive opposites. Is he a good king or a bad king, Daddy? You hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Is it this or that?
Orange man bad.
The word "or" is the key. They present a choice.
No, he's bad because he does this and that. That's what I want to hear. If you're gonna say
That's
someone's bad, right?
You want to say again? Because I was
like orange man
thinking
bad.
That's why you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Rich man bad. Who?
No, he said rich man bad, but I'm saying like it's like when people say orange man bad, President Trump bad. But it's like, okay, we get it, but give me some examples. That would be actually more to the point. Exactly. Yeah. Even if you do hate him with passion, it doesn't matter.
Yes, exactly. That's why I was saying you want to keep it simple. You want orange man bad. That's what you want. You want to just say it all over the place by important people.
Yeah, but we don't get down like that for the most part. Now, I get it if you're talking like with the homie like privately or something. It's already been established, right? But yeah, it's I like to be right and exact as much as possible.
Between two mutually exclusive opposites, it must be one or the other. The problem with this is they project this dualism out into the world as though the world itself is actually divided into good and bad, or light and dark, or whatever. When in fact, two-valued logic is an aspect of my analysis, not the world itself. The world isn't divided into good and bad people. It's my analysis that goes out there and grabs people and puts them into one box or the other. The world is
that's rational, but under the, like, for example, the religious act, Judeo-Christian and Islamic, the word would be divided in good and evil, right?
Yes, in that sense. I think he would say
it's hard
that.
to prove though in what he's dealing with in his game. You know what I mean?
But I think I think he would say that it's just a bunch of people who share the same belief at that moment. It would not change of what the thing itself is.
I see.
Self isn't divided that way. It's
an
an
agreed upon hallucination.
aspect of the system I use to analyze the world. So the problem with dualism, and with the next one also, is that we project our own thinking out into the world and then treat the world as though it's actually divided along the lines of our own analysis, which is just as crazy as you can get. Imagine if science was stuck with the concepts of hot and cold.
Democrat, Republican, white, black. Yeah.
Remember Dennison, when I don't know if he still does it because I don't talk to him as much. He went on that his sharing always about that what do you say? He didn't say dualistic thinking, but he was saying like God, now I'm fucking going blank. He's basically saying like you got to check. He was trying to check himself. He said about like speaking in terms of dualisms and I say bicameral thinking. You know, like either this or that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Binary thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to share
that you know, if you live in a climate where it's
that's
really
how I
cold,
remember.
It's like you say, Joe. It's in season, right?
Right, seasonal.
Yeah.
Cold or hot today, well, you know, that might be all right, but for general descriptions or a first approximation. But for science, no. You use an infinitely graded scale, and then you don't care whether it's hot or cold. It's 34 degrees centigrade. Who cares whether it's hot or cold? It's just what it is. So
I don't know. We ain't got to pause. But him saying hot means it's he would agree that hot is separate from cold. I'm just saying he's still agreeing that hot is a thing, cold is a thing. And when you get into the nuance, there's all these warmths.
Right. There's like that's subjective in a sense.
Or
that's not we're not even going there yet. You're saying that just agreeing on the thing, the concept of hot and cold.
Okay, maybe he is not given that hot is a thing. I think in what he just said, though, you know, he is saying that there are things, even though he's not admitting it, he is saying it, right? Using them the way he's using them.
Because I see what you're saying. So according to what he said earlier, hot and cold wouldn't be a thing.
Right.
I see. Yeah.
But now he just labeled three distinct things.
Because they'll try to divide the world into two really mutually exclusive opposites and make you choose between them, and then they set it up so one of them is just obviously stupid and wrong. So
like for you, like when they go, Joe Cool, you either like flow state or you don't like flow state.
Right. You support him. I don't pay his bills, nigga. What do that mean?
Exactly. Why are you so concerned about it? Yeah.
You to choose. Anyway, that's a relatively simple one. And you already knew this. But again, once you begin to see this, and especially as you listen to other people speak and you realize that it comes out of their mouths, out of their language machines totally automatically, but then they end up believing it themselves. They actually believe that the world is divided into good people and bad people.
That's why he said about your parents did the brain damage. It said, New Guru says, hot is an experience sentient beings feel They are feeling. A rock probably doesn't experience wet and dry like we do, or does it? Yeah, we don't know, right? It could be on a different consciousness.
It probably could experience it, but on a different level. Same much, at least feasible.
Do you see the movie with Michelle Yeoh about like everything in the universe all at once or something like that? Remember that movie? That trippy ass movie from a couple years ago?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's I seen the space. I don't know which one.
It was the one where you know who Michelle Yeoh is, right? From Crashing Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah. She's been in so much shit. It's gonna be
a lot of shit. Right. Yeah. But it was in the movie, and Short Round was her husband from Indiana Jones, the Asian kid, all grown up.
Okay, no, I didn't know it was Short Round. If it was, I wouldn't. I don't know. He looked that similar.
Cleaned up, bro. That movie cleaned up at the Academy Awards, and the last scene was like she went through all the different incarnations, right?
Yeah.
And the last thing where she was like at peace was when her and her daughter were just rocks looking at the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like you'd be like, you think like, oh shit, how boring. But if you've been like almost everything you can imagine and then some, maybe a rock would be good, right?
Yes, I think
just like
some guy had a near death where he was saying you can go to different places, and he was like, some of them are so boring that it would be the most craziest shit in the world to go. It make this world, which everybody agrees is fast paced, quick learning, what we call reality here, like suddenly you want to go back there because some of these other places are so boring. It's probably staying at a rock in the Grand Canyon for 1,000 years, right? Or more.
Yeah. That's why like I used to keep the Mayan calendar astrology, and one of the days is called wisdom, right? And the gift, meaning the symbol it's a rock. And the advice is on wisdom days. To gain wisdom, it says it's a good day to sit on a rock, meaning like just slow down sometimes, stop what you're doing and get wisdom. Slow it down.
Here
you go, Bruce Lee. This sounds like Bruce Lee. Does water feel its own wetness? What about hot and cold? Is it?
I bet water experiences its own wetness. It and surface tension and shit. Hot and cold, yes, because it turns to gas. It experiences it for sure. But it's probably not, the protons probably not going, it's hot. It's probably not doing what we do. But it's experiencing it.
Or unless you're Mac 10 where you can dance underwater and not get wet.
No, I don't like the West Coast niggas, man. I don't like.
Bro, you may not like them, but you gotta respect.
I do respect them, right? 10. But the worst shit that ever happened to fucking Ice Cube was joining that movement. That was the worst shit that ever happened. I like
West Side Connection.
Shit. Yeah, they just killed shit.
That is gangster shit.
It's gay.
You don't think so?
I don't. I don't like none of that shit. None. I can't. None. It's not gangster enough for me, right? Yeah, it's just not.
Okay, I get it.
I'm coming
you think it's more of a performance?
It's more. Yes, like Snoop, like Snoop does all that West Side shit. That's secondary performance shit. I've seen him in deep cover. What was a cross?
Martyr was the case.
Some.
When he stepped undercover.
When he I've seen that, so I know if you're talking about
Joe
smoke
in the parking lot.
Yeah. So if you talking about smoke, and dough, and that's the one everybody jamming. No, nigga, I need the intricacies. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
But he told you, Joe. He said later on that day, my homie Dr. Dre came through with a gang of Tanqueray. Well, basically, you're saying he's a party crip at best.
Yeah.
You heard that term before, party crip?
Hey, look this up. I don't know if you can do this. Can you? No, you can't play music. Go ahead. I want you to hear that
term, party crip.
Party crip. I never heard it, but I think
that's for the party. Or you've seen people like that, bro.
I think he was a gangster though, man, because I've heard him say gangster shit. Snoop,
when he first started,
now he'd be party crip, and him and Ice-T would be party crip. And Ice-T was a gangster back in the day, I'm sure.
My thing is like, and Tekashi 6ix9ine changed a lot of shit for me in the terms of like he wasn't about it until he was. So, and with that said, his music was inspired gangsters and stuff, certain gangsters.
I ain't got no problem with it. It's just, man, certain hood, certain records. I don't like all the politics involved, but I still like that Billy shit, some of the new shit. As far as the snitch shit and all of that bullshit.
No, I don't agree with that. He makes a good case, though, kind of.
No, I'm about to say everybody I know under those conditions was suddenly a snitch and shit, man. You got to kill that nigga or whatever, or you rat him out. Just try to kidnap you and murder you, and nigga.
Yeah, what do you do?
Try to hurt your kids.
You ain't gonna call the cops. What do you want me to look up, Joe? Let's try.
Deep Cover.
The song.
The song, yeah.
I can feel it. That's Snoop's official first song ever.
Yes, now.
Think you're Fiverr?
Yeah, so if you know he can do this type of shit, hearing gin and juice and shit like that just make you want to flip and jump out the window. You're like, can I please get the dope?
He's versatile.
And I think West Side Connection was watered down Ice Cube. You know, he was talking about, that crazy walking, stomping in my big black boots too, other thing.
No, man, I can't fuck with it.
I think Drake first.
I think you're Fiverr.
Thank you, Fiverr.
Oh,
that's hard.
We'll hit this motherfucker then.
I feel it. Hey, go to the second verse. I think Drake first, man. I keep calling him Drake. I think Drake first verse. Yeah, go no. Go to Snoop. Keep going.
Oh, you mean Snoop?
Yeah, let's go to Snoop shit. I want to hear Snoop. Fuck man.
I'm not gonna play that part.
Snoop shit cold.
Calling Snoop Eastwood, kicking dust as I bust fuck peace. And the motherfucking fuck.
You don't like when he says that, huh?
Yeah, I like all this shit.
So why in the fuck would you think that it would stop? Plot. Yeah, that's what we's about to do. Take your ass on a mission with the boys in blue. Dre, what up, Snoop? Yo, I got the feeling. Tonight's the night like Betty Wright, and I'm chilling, killing, feeling, no remorse. Yeah, so let's go straight to the motherfucking source and see what we can find. Crooked ass cops that be getting niggas a gang of time, and now they
deal with me.
Scoop me up and put me on they tape
and chill with me.
Chill with me. And make my pockets bigger.
They want to meet
with me tonight at 7 o'clock. So what's up, nigga?
What you want to do, Joe?
What you want to do? I got the gauge, a Uzi, and my motherfucking 22. If you want to blast, nigga, we can buck them. If we stick them, then we struck them. So fuck.
Yeah, that's the shit I want him doing, man.
Yeah.
A fucking Ice-T.
Studio gangsters. He said Shadow Boo.
Ice-T, remember he came with that coldest shit in the world. 6 a.m, police at my door. Press the Adidas squeaking across the bathroom floor, out my back window to make an escape.
But,
so he was a gangster.
But what's his name? 21st Street. What's his name? Trey D remixed that pretty hard.
I know.
Murder. He said, 5 a.m, feds out my door. Blue Cortez scrapping throughout the hardwood floor. Dip into the alley. I made my day. Didn't even get a chance to get my Snoop Dogg. Yeah. But he said Blue Cortez. That's what they wear there. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this.
Yeah.
You never heard that? So from the Murder Was the Case album. Yeah, we gotta get props to Chicago because shit started in the East Coast, right? Gangsterism, gangs of New York. Chicago refined it to the pinnacle, and then West Coast just put the extra sauce on it, the style on it. I'll say it like that.
Yes,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then as it went off, like, you know, it's like it's been using everyone else's swag and lingo. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah. You know,
like we're living at all times at once right now, bro.
That's dope. Yeah, that's dope. Maybe because the U.S. is so big, you get to see so much different versions.
I didn't understand how big it was until, like, my students would always say, "Teacher, it's so big. United States is so big." I'm like, and I always took it for granted. I'm like, it is. The state. That sounds weird. Teacher, so big. I'm talking about the country. Get your pervert minds out there. Yeah.
The situation
you figure
they're in.
Texas is probably bigger than 3 of their countries, right? Texas is probably like 3 size of 3 countries.
Huge. Yeah. And I'm coming from California, which is one of the largest states too.
Yeah, so, you could ski in California and then drive a few hours and be in 80-degree weather.
What Shadow said? He said, "No Chicago for me. The West Coast is all in. It's all in the sauce." I don't get it, Joe Cool. West Coast all the way, bruh. He's banging.
Mob Deep, man. That's I need hardcore shit, man. If a nigga ain't, shooting his woman in the leg,
no one can run from.
Bro. You can run, but you can't have for these streets that we done took. Whoa.
I used to think I was from Queensbridge. I used to listen to so much music from there, Nas and them, and the original Gun Clappers and all this.
My brother too, man. He be sweet playing Queensbridge all the time. Yo, Nori.
Queensbridge, yeah. I used to wear the fatigues and shit. Well, I used to go, what?
Projected out into the world.
You gotta grab me by the say, what? Maybe not a Grammy, but he got a podcast.
What's really that way, and that's just crazy.
Would you say then it's fair to say that our language has created our political systems in the sense where we in the UK have Conservative or Labour,
so they ain't ready for Joe Cool those claps,
or Republican? Would you say that's down to language?
Nothing's ever quite that simple, but that's certainly part of it. The thing is that language.
I love that he didn't fall for it.
Like how he said that.
Yeah, language touches every aspect.
He's all don't Grasshopper. Don't get so quick. Don't be so quick to say that. Come on.
Yeah, it is
That's
part
a
of it.
Yeah, it's part of it. Yeah.
Of human behavior, family relationships, business, science.
Wait, who said that?
Every aspect of human behavior, family relationships, business.
That's what Ben. I had a really good conversation with Ben Thorpe today on Jax.
Right.
And he was saying, because I was asking him questions for once, and he was like, we were talking about strength. Because me and Shadow have talked about it in the Discord. We're like, actually, I mean, take away all that fuck shit. Like Ben Thorpe, he be spitting some wisdom sometimes on certain things.
Sure. Yeah, everybody said it.
Everyone does, yeah. And I was asking, like, bro, like, you ever consider? No disrespect to you, Grace, but like, do you ever consider going solo more? And he was saying, like, it's hard to talk for him by himself. He needs someone to riff off of or whatever. And I get it. I feel that. But
there,
anyway,
at this point, though, he could never give it any real consideration. Everything he has achieved and part of what that is, that'd be asking a Republican to stop being political and continue on.
No. Not why not, Joe? But there's hope, though. Hope is dope. However,
hope is dope, and he probably could pull it off.
He could if he wanted to. I don't think you're being realistic, right?
Yeah, I don't think he'd make that leap because he's defined himself as they're a team. That's what defines them.
Maybe they would
going
both
off
be
on
better,
your own,
though, right?
too fucking scary. Yes, 100%. At least I don't know enough, but I think so. Yeah.
And I think what was the reason why I brought it up? Oh, yeah, it's because we're talking about strength and stuff. And because he was saying like I was saying like, yeah, we think couple of us young, because he was talking about how young men, they send them some DMs and ask them for help sometime with different things. And I was like, yeah, I get that, because a lot of the younger guys like what you have to say too, that I know. And I'm like, what do you? I'm like, what are your strengths, Ben? So what do you think your strengths are? And he's like, I try to look at things through the family dynamics, about like how, like, if someone says they're a Christian or they're having this problem, I try to see where maybe if I hear their story, like where family dynamics may have been a root to that. And I thought that was interesting because Heron just said that right now about family dynamics, right? But look at Ben's life though. His shit seems chaotic with his ex-wife and his children and stuff like that. So I guess he would know, right, about family dynamics,
and he would come from that angle. My angle would be
right. The angle, that's a good word. Yeah. What about what's your strength, Joe? You think?
I'd like to think as taking a beating. I don't know how to phrase it properly, but you know, in order to get a message across or whatever, you go ahead and suck up the attack. That's a strength. You know,
okay, it is.
And yield and all of that. Be the first, the big guy, or whatever that phrase is.
Would say Alex Jones would say you hit the barbed wire first for us.
Yeah, that type of shit. I say yes, I do. I always say no. That I drag a motherfucker with me, which I don't know if that's good or bad, but everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot, and most people. To get where I am, they drug me here. Somebody was patient as fuck and drug me here. Guru and chat drugged me to a lot of shit.
I see you do that in like with Orthodox guy, for example. He'll say something like you know, he said before like he's a racist and all this stuff, and then you'll say something like, but the bro, that doesn't add up because look at us. There's like 5 black people on your panel. They're homies and all that. And then you
might get yelled at a little bit. You just don't know. You gotta, you know, get beat up.
And that's what I get
around a little bit.
And that's an example, I think, of you dragging people, because part of me wants to go like, Joe, he's literally telling you he is. And you're still
right. Fuck him. He don't care about you. Right. He wouldn't do that shit for you, motherfucker. Fuck that.
Yeah. Dragging foes, bro. But that's a good thing because you're trying to help us.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going with this.
Science, politics, religion. There's no area of human behavior that isn't touched by the insanities of language. So yeah, it's there everywhere. And there are some cases where the world really is divided that way. Occasionally, two-valued logic is correct. It's almost never correct in the physical world, like in sciences, but it is often correct in the human-made world. For instance, it is true that you are either married or you are divorced. And that act is defined as a certain legal thing. When a certain paper gets signed by somebody, you are married. And there's no in between. There's nothing
wrong again. Pause.
You're married when that piece of paper gets signed.
Now, maybe I gotta point out he's wrong again, by the way, because the person is gonna get to define it. He is saying that, hey, if you got to go through the state to get married, no. I know motherfuckers swear to God they've been married 7 years because they had a so and so and they got a ring and they jumped the broom. And you know, so you again it is nuanced what marriage is.
It's nuanced, yeah. You're right. I get it. Like once this is Brother Ali, I'm paying homage to my brother Ali in Cleveland. Like he said too, like I don't think he's ever been married legally, but he's been with certain partners for years. And he told me before, he's like, y'all, you can just go to the forest and witness under Mother Nature or whatever or God or whatever you want. And like, this is the witness, we're married, right? Because technically, when you do a ceremony, that's not the state doesn't look at that as official. That's the officials when you fill out that paperwork and you file it, right?
Right. Yeah. But that means everybody else who got married the way you're talking about, their shit's illegitimate because they didn't get a piece of paper. All that shit's not
I don't agree with that. However, I know I'm not trying not to use this word so much. However, I'll stand 10 toes deep on this, like strong on this. Like, I think there's something to be said about actually getting the paper, because when you do that, bro, it locks you in a lot more usually than if you didn't get it. Meaning
I understand how
you'll stick it out and do this and that, and you know,
I understand, and it's logical. There is another side that
business too,
your agreement. No, yes, business help for your side, get a piece of paper, but the other side would be your word should be enough. Your mate's word should be enough. If we are entering an agreement, it's between us, and you know, between us, we're gonna stick to it. Blah blah blah. Other motherfuckers got nothing to do with it. It's me and you. Agreed. Yeah. If you got to go get a piece of paper to make you do it, someone can say that.
It depends. It depends on the person too, because let's say you and your partner, your wife, agreed upon not going through the state. Cool, you're awesome. You know, but then and you're together just like husband and wife. Nothing changed. However, not everyone feels like that. What if your kid, your child is like embarrassed because, and I mean, this is their hang up, I guess, but still, because they're not officially married, like they're for all their friends, a lot of their friends or whatnot. So
they'll get
I can see
that,
like as a kid, I would want that. I would rather my parents get the piece of paper.
I think it's kind of like some kids don't get to experience Christmas or birthdays because their family's different. It's a thing, and they'll get used to it. They'll feel it. especially when you're young and it's Christmas and everybody else doing that. But then, your belief, your mom has a fucking week in a row where you get to do the shit you want. So,
yeah. Who is this my new friend? Oh, Shanti. She says, "Good to see you." She said, "Without paper, then your next of kin gets medical oversight, not your wife." Oh shit, that's important too. I didn't think about that. Right?
Who get what?
You got like a coma, God forbid, or something like that.
Your next of kin.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is true. If you don't write it down,
maybe like your brother or something, Joe. Your brother or your mom or something like that.
Yeah. But that wouldn't had nothing to do with marriage, though. You could achieve that in a will and a piece of paper. It wouldn't have to be marriage to pull that off. A state marriage license and all that.
Also, Murphy 11 says it depends if you're marrying a human or not.
You probably never know nowadays, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
fucking Kev there had me believing in clones the other day. Joe, that ain't just Lane Maxwell. I'm like, it ain't. It's a different person that had me going, man.
Tell Kev to get his ass over here sometime, bro. Like, come on. He on that conspiracy. I don't know if he's trolling or not. I think there is a conspiracy side to him.
There's a bunch of troll to it too, which I love. He plays the opposition at all times. He gets in character.
The one I'll push back on him though is the one he played it like last year, and he played it again recently on the stream about like you've seen it. I know you've seen it where the Sandy Hook, where the father was like giving a press conference and he kind of laughed and giggles before he gave the speech. And like I think Kevin's convinced that that it's like he's in a crisis actor, I guess, right?
Yeah. I got a bunch of shit I looked into it. Go ahead.
And I'm like, yeah, it's a shade. It's there's a lot of red flags in that situation. However, I don't think it's out of pocket out of the question to think that before someone has to give a speech about, God forbid, their child passing away to the media, that like if they have to psych themselves up by laughing or you know what I mean,
right?
Weird.
If I'm not mistaken, Gabe, he even said, "Do I cry or should I cry?" And with the last
person, right?
I think he even said that too.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't change anything. You're right. All of that shit could happen and it still all be legit. So you'd have to have a bunch
it did look weird though. I give him that. We can agree on that.
It was so much more. And yes, I was like, what the fuck? Is it Rolo? His face, what the fuck did I just witness? It looked very weird.
Paula says LBJ was. Shadow Buddha says LBJ was from Texas. He was, where he was socially conservative. He was, but fiscally liberal. He was a Democrat, and his economics and civil rights policies progressive. Yet he was a war hawk. Yeah, that is interesting. And LBJ, we talked about this too in Shadow. Like, it wasn't for him. He actually started a lot of the social programs we have today. Now, some of you neocons or conservatives will be like, he's the one that, it's because of him. The reason why we have all the, but bro, some people need that stuff as a way to get some footing so they can go on their own. It's been abused though, too.
It's going to be abused. I think it's only fair that if you're stealing everybody money, that you set up nets and shit for them in some ways. It's got to be about that.
Right.
It can't be like, you just take their money and you decide, you can like, we're going to give X amount of billions to this billionaire, or we're going to give X amount of billions to that country, and the military gets billions, and the people are consideration like number 107.
Number 2, and I'm coming from an astrological level. America was founded in July 4th, 1776, right? On paper, right? Basically, that makes it a Cancer sun sign. And as you know, as a Cancer, and as we know as Cancer, that like, bro, when they're on point, they're some of the most loving, nurturing people we need, and that's part of America too. Don't forget about it. Cancers are badasses too. Right. But however, like they're also they take care of theirs. And part of that is like those safety nets you're talking about, I think.
I can't get past. I'm thinking about when everybody was claiming their liberation and all of that shit. It took 1865 before black motherfuckers got raised. And then we had to come up with June 19th because for years they didn't tell the slaves. You had to come to the fucking to tell the slaves because they weren't nobody gonna tell them. You had to send a nigga out there to be like, "You're free, Joe."
Bro, that's just as bad as a mission. It's like people say, "I didn't lie," but you admit you held the truth from us. Like she went out. You go, "Hey, babe, did you go to the club with that girl I hate that you hang out with?" I didn't go to the club. She says, right? Oh, but she admitted the fact that she went to the hotel party.
Right, exactly, right. No, I didn't go to the club. Oh, okay, motherfucker.
All right, it's all good.
Yeah, you was at the hotel buffet, so and so at the bar.
Everybody gotta be a lawyer nowadays, bro. No law. The
no, right?
Maybe I'm gonna become an auditor. Fuck it.
It's people's job to obfuscate, though. You hear it in a language, and it gets
everyone's playing games, man.
Do generalities and shit in case they have to be nailed down to their beliefs later. It's fucking
right. Yeah, look at Austin. I knew Austin was going to go through this. He said, back in his other comment about it depends on if you're married to a human. Look at this. He said, Axis Rat Blood is married to a computer. Oh God, that would be like hilarious if it wasn't true though. It's true.
Right, that's a great point. Yo, do we have to include that in marriage too? Because it's going in that direction. That might be a legit marriage at some point.
I try to use as little as possible: water, electricity, cash, food. The only thing I know about LBJ is we called him Lady Bird Johnson. Oh, isn't that what his name of his wife was? His wife was Lady Bird.
Lady Bird.
And the reason I know that is because King of the Hill, Hank Hill's bloodhound is named after her.
Lady
called
Bird.
her Lady Bird. Lady.
All I know about him was he killed Kennedy. That's the only thing I know about.
And he also used the N-word, I think, in some.
Oh yeah, he was a horrible fucking prick.
But socially, he was. I mean, he did some good things though.
It amazes
welcome
me,
everybody.
It amazes me because. I don't know. He was just so racist and bigoted and all of that bullshit. It amazed me he did some shit. Could have been the times, though.
That's the thing too. It's like y'all call Trump racist, and I guess if the equivalent is saying racial slur, I never heard him say no racial slur before. I don't know about you.
He's smarter than that, but I can't go through them all. But all his life, he's been sued for doing racist
That's true.
Bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
I wish I could remember all of them, but it started back.
Oh, he did the whole thing, the 5, Central Park 5.
Yeah,
right?
he did
put out a campaign to fucking fuck their life over.
The Obama's a Muslim. In his birth certificate, he's a Muslim from his.
Obama's a Muslim.
So all that bullshit.
You remember when Texas Blue in the building? Yeah, she's here. Yeah, we've been waiting.
I sent her that picture, which you just had on that screen along.
That's perfect.
Where's Texas? Did you see that picture, bro?
Yeah. You know what? The thing about it, what was I going to say? Anyway, that New York was a crazy time. That's where we had the Tawana Brown. We had the Tawana Brawley case with Reverend Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
Faking that shit.
Yeah. We had what was the guy here who faked it? The guy from that show. Like everybody makes fun of his name. Anyway, the guy.
Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, Smollett. Yeah, downtown.
Dave Chappelle got him.
It was like 15 degrees below zero. Yeah. Fuck out of here. Yeah.
That was unnecessary. Maybe it was. I don't know.
Crazy. Yeah, walk around with a noose on his neck for attention and all.
He's doing extra, huh?
He's doing too much, man.
Jesse Smollett. Everybody in the building. Let's go back to this language.
It's vague while you're signing the paper for 2 seconds. It's indeterminate. But once you've signed it, that's it. You are married. And then once you get a divorce a few years later, and once that paper gets signed by somebody, then you are no longer married. Even dead, death is no longer that simple anymore. It used to be sort of simple, and sometimes it is. I mean, if you're blown up by a stick of dynamite, I guess you're dead. There isn't much question about that. But I mean, there are a lot of subtle cases now where it's not clear at all. But again, in the human world of ideas and in mathematics and places like that, two-valued logic has a place. in logic and in lots of places. Two-valued logic is okay. It's just that it's not okay in almost all circumstances having to do with our sensory experience. It's almost never true.
It's seasonal, like everything else.
Seasonal, yeah.
There'd be a time and place for it where it applies, but it and that goes to everything else. Anger loves.
That's very Zen, which is Zen is a combination of Buddhism and Taoism. That's like that seasonal thing. That's why the Bible is. I have to admit, like they were influenced. They had to be influenced by Asian thought.
Yeah,
whoever made that shit. It's cold, bro. I have to give it up to them. It's cold.
Hey, I used to listen to
we've covered
Boca Vita shit at the job when I was.
That one. High Power. You read that?
We used to listen to it on tape when buddy read it for me.
Dope. Yeah.
3, the word "the," which is the most important and obvious of them, reification.
Before we get to before we get the recap, let's see what Chad Buddha said. He said, yeah, LBJ was an enigma. Definitely. He was still socially conservative, but he had a lot of progressive policies for social programs and civil rights. Yep. His presidency is overshadowed by starting the Vietnam War. Yeah. Yeah. The civil rights, he did do that.
At the war, if I'm not mistaken, he delayed the war. I think that was him who delayed ending the war until he could be reelected or some bullshit.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah, so motherfuckers died so he could look good politically here.
But does it surprise you though? Huh? Sad enough.
God no, right? Nixon was a piece of shit.
Yep. The war on drugs. I think that was the worst thing he did.
Yeah,
the quote unquote war on drugs. Yeah. They're trying. Do you think they're trying to do it over, like redo it with the fentanyl shit?
Yeah, it's never ended, right? I don't know if it's redoing or continuing.
Well, I mean, in terms of like, because remember Jelly Roll and them were like testifying in Congress, trying to do the whole Nancy Reagan dare shit again.
No, I don't remember them testifying in Congress.
Yeah, he testified. Yeah.
What
I mean is they're trying to make it just like they did with crack cocaine. How even though it's same as powder,
just say
basically.
no shit. Yeah.
No, well that, but the laws. Remember, like how it was like if you had powdered, you didn't get sentenced as much.
Right.
As
then when crack came along, it was ridiculous sentences, and now fent they're gonna
fentanyl they're going to do that worse. You get extra charges, right?
This is why I don't like those emotional words because people are going to kill you for that. And people will allow it because motherfuckers like OG, bless his heart, he decides to hop out and say, fuck that, you should die if you use drugs. And niggas that just make them so and so. And that's what that should happen. I hate that shit. It draws from the worst part of people.
It does, yeah. And especially too, like his story, he smokes a lot of weed. Isn't that a drug per se? Like so.
Well, I don't know if he's saying that about drugs particularly, but he always say do the worst.
No, I've heard him say. I think I'm pretty sure he's talking about non-weed. But to me, it's I won't say it's all the same, but it's still, if you're gonna shout like that, bro, you gotta let's keep it real. Drugs are what changes your consciousness.
Yeah, and then that you control another man's shit. That is the world that this guy talking about that we create and we think is reality. And if you ain't down with my reality, I'll hurt you and all of that bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's tiresome sometimes. It's not reality just because so many niggas agree on it.
Joe, once again, I guess I'm getting at you. Like, how do you hang on the panels when a lot of those people, most people be doing that?
I like to learn, right? I'm
you're like Jack Telcott, like Leonard for Punishment.
Yeah, I'd be like, this is horrible. I'll be like, what reason would God have me to learn? And I'll listen to horrible shit, to see if I'm supposed to discern a lesson from it.
Well, this is not horrible, and this is a good lesson. He's been giving lessons all day. Dude, Guru, how's it going, bro?
Evening, gents.
Yeah,
good to have you, Legendary.
What's happening?
It's good to see you, bro.
Pepper, yo.
This one,
we need to get back to the video. Yeah, this is fun. I'm glad you came through, man. This is like totally up your alley.
I felt like I understanding how long it's been since me and you rapped. Hearing your voice, I feel guilty even. I'm like, it feel like it's been forever since I heard your voice.
It feels like both yesterday and forever at the same time. It's weird.
I dig it. Yeah.
Yeah, look, there he goes again. You can't stop with the fucking knowledge, wisdom. Excuse me. I understand. Yeah. So,
Guru,
let's go
what
on
you
this.
hear?
I want to hear what he has
hold
to say.
Hold on, Guru. What
Go
you
ahead, go
hear?
ahead.
Anything in particular
Guru.
brought you up here?
Oh, wow. So many things, but
Go ahead, fix up.
well, I was just listening as of late. You were going to go back.
I'm in my head. I'm in my head. I'm thinking you can tell who don't smoke weed. In my head, that's what's so funny to me because you're like, well, so many. I remember all of this shit. Go ahead.
I don't smoke, but I don't remember. I smoked so much in the past that it doesn't matter. Now, but like, no, we'll say New Groove. We'll get this. I'm sure there's something you can chew on this. I'm about to start it again real quick.
All right.
Yeah.
Dualism, of which say in almost
guys, tell me when to stop it too.
Circumstances having to do with our sensory experience. It's almost never true. Okay, so we've covered 3. The word the, which is the most important and obvious of them, reification, dualism, and the next one, again, is something obvious and simple as dualism. I mean, like I say, there's nothing you didn't already know about that. And there's same with the next one, absolutism.
Ooh, okay. Absolutism. This is the big one.
We should know that was not true. I mean, that should be obvious, but we live among fucking monkeys. I don't know.
I think that's going to correlate to the truth thing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I literally used to hang with my mentor, my friend Supreme Being. Look at his name. He calls himself Mr. Supreme, the Supreme Being. And you know what his motto was? He had the absolute truth.
Wow.
But the crazy thing is, even though in my heart and soul I knew, like, come on, bro, you're just a dude from fucking South Central.
Right. Ask him next time. What's so absolute about it?
Well, I don't. Well, here's the thing. What attracted to me with his message and the other things, all the things he shared, he would always stress critical thinking, right? And measuring things, observing. He called it math and science. Measure things, mathematics, and observe the science of life, right? Math and science, and he that's mostly what we would talk about. But the one thing of all, he always made sense to me, and like he's very logical. But that whole thing of him having the absolute truth, it didn't stick with me until I was like, fuck it. It sounds like a cult where I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to surrender to this. I know that there's if there is a God, there's a higher, but I'm going to do this because I enjoy what he has to say. And and you know what it did for me? In me, because I've been so wishy-washy, you can say, on things and not picking a side, that I kind of tried to think there is an advantage sometimes to kind of having absolute traits, I would say, to be divisive in things, because I get it, the Zen, Taoism, like going, it could be this way or that way, but then sometimes you got to make a decision on something, What do you think, New Guru and Joe?
I think I understand some, not all what you're
saying. Yeah, there's fluidity there.
I mean, some of it's obvious. There's a nuance that you're not getting across that I'm not understanding. But I get what you're saying, but there's more that I'm not understanding. I can feel.
Yeah, I need to be a little clear. And Brother Ali would say, "That's what you're here for, to tell me." But I need to share it a little bit clear. I'm just getting excited. Here we
personally,
go.
I don't see anything absolute except that one thing that I don't see anything absolute.
And even that, could it be absolute?
Yeah, it's a weird paradox.
It is. Certainly it's
we're fractaling, I think, right now. We're fractaling.
The words all. The next one, again, is something obvious and simple.
But right, New Guru, if there was something, that one thing that would be absolute is the fact that there is probably no absolute.
All right.
Or
I think science
there are only absolutes.
He's fucking with us at this point.
There's nothing you didn't already know about that. And there's same with the next one, absolutism. The words all, every, no, none. Anyone who says something about all Frenchmen or all anything is just nonsense. It may be 99.5%. Absolutism is almost always wrong, but it is true in the human invented idea world and in mathematics again, where absolutes can apply. It's just that, again, when you're trying to talk about your experience in the real, not the real world, but the perceptual world, where absolutism fails almost always. I wouldn't say it's always wrong, because that would be a stupid thing to say.
No, he said the human world. What's the human world he's talking about? He said mathematics.
I think he's talking about, as opposed to the spoon, where people start having to define things and the stuff that we create, the human world.
Through the eyes of a human.
Okay, human lens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. We got a comment. We got a comment from Shadow Buddha. He says people who have strong convictions and beliefs are top performers and entertainers on YouTube. Yeah, they do. That people tend to be drawn to that. The masses, the asses. Doesn't mean that they are right, but people like convictions, so they feel like they're part of a tribe. Yeah.
That shit you were saying, all I heard was Paul. Well, you were saying I had to listen to this nigga and bow to him to get the knowledge. You know, this is the cycle that Paul goes through his guy.
Yeah. Paul is new guru. What do you think when you see a lot of some of these people that they're so absolute in what they say? Do you see through it in the sense that, come on, bro, it's an act for attention, or do you think they really believe it?
Well, you gotta get case specific with that. It depends. I think I'll just reference the obvious elephant in the room, Mr. Telcadia there.
Okay.
Go with him. I think he both knows he's acting and doesn't know at the same time.
Damn.
Okay.
Wow. It may be true too, right? Because I can't pin that motherfucker down. Sometimes he really think he got the truth. Other times he know he's broken at it, and it's not. Other time he has conviction. He does have pieces and bits, big bits. But when he starts saying,
I don't like doing that talk about other people thing. Although I wouldn't say to him personally either. It's a man that's struggling with previous guilt and stuff. That's what I see.
Yeah.
And sometimes he's in denial about it, and sometimes he's not. And so to refer to your question, I can see through that.
Yeah.
So
that's a compassionate way of saying it. Yeah.
People will, not to just pinpoint on him, but just to reference that, people in general, they'll put on a mask and a cover front, right? Either for their own pain, guarding, insecurity, or whatnot. And it's easy for me to see through that. I think it's easy for anybody who's honest with themselves to see that, because they can see themselves in that too.
Right. If you've been watching, if you see yourself in others and you've been doing that for a while, you should have refined that shit. The same way you see it in yourself, you'll see it in others.
Yeah. I see it a lot more and more, if I'm honest, and not trying to hold on to things like personal, like stuff. Like it's everyone's a reflection.
Yes, we have mirrors. This chick told me that shit years ago, and I have never talked to her again. But she, I don't know, it was some dramatic.
Was it Lindsay? Hi, Lindsay. She popped up.
It was a YouTube auditor named Ida Foxy. She was anyway. But she said that mirrors, you're all mirrors. I've been day one when I first come in. I wasn't even auditing yet. Now that I think about it, I wasn't even an auditor. We was just talking on the phone.
Yeah. She was right. I mean, I agree with her.
She was right, man. She was right.
It's almost always wrong. So that's a real simple one, though. And again, all of these things, when you listen to Alex Jones, the two-valued logic, the absolutism, the reification, the word the, and the beauty of this is you don't even have to begin to deal with the actual substance of an argument. You can.
I understand
all sorts of nonsense without ever.
When a motherfucker be like, "I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican,"
doesn't matter.
I don't really. I know you're way off base automatically. I understand it totally. Black people, all that nigga so far off base. You don't even have to go into the nuances from the opening his mouth. That nigga's gonna be off base.
Yeah. That's the system, the language system he's using.
Yeah.
You can tell. Yeah.
These words invalidate whatever the hell they're talking about. Doesn't make any difference what they're talking about. Okay, so
wait, I want to hear that again.
At the substance of an
He
argument.
said the
Then
same
all
shit I
these
just
words
said.
invalidate whatever the hell they're talking about. Doesn't make any difference what they're talking about. Okay, so that's 4. The 5th one is problematic, and it's not easy to explain. It's easy to tell you how to deal with it, and it's the concept of identity and the way it actually works. And this goes.
What's up? He said, "Oh man." That surprised you when he said that?
No, I'm glad he said that because this one right here is the root of so much.
What he said? I didn't.
He said identity, Joe.
Identity. All right. Yeah, that's that shit.
It's like
that,
you can't call me that. I'm black. You can't call me that. I'm white. I'm
it kills
transgender.
communication.
I'm a
kills
doctor. I'm a
communication with
lawyer.
the
I'm a
individual.
doctor.
yeah.
I'm a
Judge.
fill in the
Police.
blank. And
Yeah, any
you're
of them,
out
right?
of your mind.
That's true.
Let's see what he
Alfred
says.
Korzybski's
Okay. Anything about that?
book, Identity, and the way it actually works. And this goes back to Alfred Korzybski's book, Science and Sanity, which is really the central idea, or one of the central ideas. Listen to me. The central. See how easy that just came out of my mouth?
Yeah.
It just flowed right out.
But the point is, even though it flowed out, for him to use the word they, he's telling you that's a very important book work cited for him, right? Because he's already very conscious of using the word they. So if he said that, it's important, right?
Thinking, but that's what we're up against, how unconscious our language machine is.
But if you just willy-nilly use the all the time, we don't know what's important to you, maybe, if we're using this system.
I imagine he's going through the same shit, trying to retrain himself and all that shit in the process of trying to tell us.
You can see that. Yeah. As
he
he's
just caught himself.
saying it, he's catching himself in certain words and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which is bound to happen because you're going to end up seeing hypocrisies.
Yes.
Yeah. And hopefully
Stuff's
you
still
don't mind refining yourself, chasing the truth and refining yourself rather than have the world fit you. You fit what the truth is.
Right. Should be the objective. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Comes flowing out of my mouth. Same out. It just flowed right out without me even thinking. But that's what we're up against, how unconscious our language machine is. That stuff still just comes flowing out of my mouth without any problem at all. In Earthling, English minus the 5 stupidities, there is no verb to be. The word is, am, are, was, all that, except as helping verbs. Occasionally they're okay. But you can't really say what something is. And if you think about it for a minute, it becomes quite obvious. If you and I are driving down the street and you point to a tree and say, "What is that?" and I say, "Oh, that's a palm tree." What do you know now about that tree that you didn't know before? Nothing. All you know is what it's called. You've been told that I call that a palm tree, but you don't know anything about it. If you want to know something about what that tree is, you're probably going to have to go to Wikipedia and learn a little something. And we say, if I tell you my next door neighbor is an asshole, clearly he's not really an asshole, but you know what I mean. But actually, if I told you that he beats up his wife and kids and his dog, and he stays up till 4 o'clock in the morning playing loud polka music, and he hasn't mowed his lawn in 6 years, now I've told you what he does, and now you have some sort of picture about what I'm trying to say. But to just say he's an asshole tells you nothing. Mm-hmm. The verb to be is kind of tricky, and there are actually 4 different varieties of the verb to be, depending upon how it's used in a sentence, and I don't even want to go into any of that here. And it has some very heavy philosophical implications. The label for this is identity, and the very fact that I think that there is a me in here that's the same I that was here 10 years ago or when I was 3 months old, and now that there's some identity, some me that is identical, that flows through all of that, that's the same now as it was then, turns out to be, well, a nice little fiction that we've been living with for several thousand years.
Okay. Yes, you disagree, and that's what I was getting at, Nude Guru, what I was saying about like that I. Like, what is that actually I? How do we know? Because we're always changing. So
that would be the I.
Okay.
It is what it is. which is why it's undefinable.
That's what the Bible says. One of the hardest verses is "I am the I am." Similar to that, right?
Yeah. I would put it this way: you exist. If you can't settle for that, then you're being slave to your ego.
So, yes. So there comes a point when it's like, stop trying to figure out how the computer is working when you just play the video game type shit.
Something like that, but more along the lines of, if you get caught up in defining something, especially when it can't be defined, you're going to miss the ride. You're going to miss observing the whole point of it and seeing what it was meant to be. Right?
You can. What about this? I think this is fair. You can examine attributes of it. You don't want to get caught up in it. This is all that it is, but you can define some of the things which make you an I, or any other word that you're trying to define. If I'm trying to define the I am, well, I don't know. I could define a bunch of ways. I can do more harm than good.
Right. Well, the thinking that Glenn. Oh, go ahead, New Guru.
It's like there's a realm here that is more important to be just observing and focused on the responsibility that goes along with it, and anything other that falls short will be catastrophic. It's like spitting in the face of divinity.
Yeah. That's why you would say the word that Lizzie's saying. There's a word for things that have no words. Ineffable, right? This is why, like, what led me to this type of thinking is my studies in non-duality, and I notice the language those people use a lot of times is, they don't say something's this or that. They just say they only say we can only point to something. That's the closest we can get. Point to it. Yeah.
I don't mind though. I don't have a problem with putting words to a thing. I hope that's not a bad thing. But it helps when I'm trying to communicate. If I can say the tall black dude that just went around the corner,
value.
could you get him for me?
That's important.
Just like the value I get of that non-duality, I think is it gets me out of my head, in a sense that, like, when I'm stressing, like I feel so sad or depressed or hurt, I can say, like, wait, who's feeling hurt? What is the I I'm talking about? Like, and once I start thinking about that, I forget I'm feeling bad, but then again, I'm not going to keep going into this I inquiry I'm using all my energy and not doing other things that are more fun to do. It's a tool, I guess.
There's another aspect that, Joey, we've talked about this before too, though that's really important. It's in reference to this identity part. When we start referencing self to things like verbs and whatnot, and get attached to that, this is what I'm talking about. We're way outside and missing the boat. Yeah. And then you start, because it's really an insane practice, then you start doing these crazy things. You start LARPing out the fantasy of it. I'm an officer.
Right.
I'm an authority, right? And now I've got a badge and I'm going to beat you with a stick if you don't do what I say.
And you must observe my reality or else. I went to school for 20 years, young man. You're going to observe my reality or else.
Yeah, and dangerous is an understatement. People will kill each other over this for nothing.
Oh yeah, he was a cop. How can you put your hands on a cop? I know you believe that, but when I'm being choked, most people outside of your fucking crazy shit believe you're supposed to snatch the hands off of your throat, but you can't touch a cop.
Right.
Makes no fucking sense.
So that goes into the other side of the equation, right? Like, if critical thinking isn't there, which is why belief is such a heavily ingrained foundation in the masses, then it's going to be hard to discern those things, and people are going to be very insecure when you point them out, and they'll start doing
it makes you even more violent. It makes you violent, twice as violent. Now you're trying to go against their beliefs.
Yeah, we see the people like the Matrix when Morpheus told them, like, they're going to try to get you because you're trying to wake them up, type stuff.
That's that Jesus thing, the truth shit, we attacked and blah blah blah. It's the real thing, apparently. And I don't know, I live by that shit. I think that God, good, or whatever the name that we want to put on unnameable at this moment. I think that is a winning combination. All of that mercy, forgiving, treat each other like you want to be treated, love your neighbor like you love me. All of those things, I think that's winning shit. And it all, I think, coincides with that Eastern philosophy, where it's like, let a nigga be. Don't try to control a motherfucker. If done right.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add the caveat what I said earlier about also forgiving yourself. And not because like that language machine that Heron has been talking about, it could be sometimes constantly running for some of us, and sometimes it's bad self-talk. You don't need that.
Right. Playing the movie is that you saw it? Be like saying playing that movie, start playing again.
But again, that's tricky stuff for adults. It's easy for kids to just learn not to use the verb to be, and to, instead of say what something is, to talk about what it does. And in fact, there is a thing called E prime by a guy named David Borland, who just died recently. He was another student of Korzybski's who took Korzybski seriously and started doing his own writing without the verb to be. And he called English minus the verb to be E prime. You can look up E prime on Wikipedia. And he wrote all of his stuff without the verb to be. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about it is that it sounds kind of difficult, but actually when you read stuff that's written in E prime, it's amazing how few questions come up. Everything is simple. So that is the grand tour.
What's an example of it? Of E prime.
All I care is if it's a good book. Is it a good read? That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck if it's simple or not. Take out. Yeah, give me an example of some E prime.
I've heard of it before. I just, here we go. E prime is a writing style. Let me get it up. E prime is a writing style. Speaking. Go ahead, Joe. Can you get that?
E prime example. I was going to say. Find one on. I don't know. Someone talking or something. Hold on. E prime, English prime, is a style of writing and speaking that excludes all forms of the verb to be. Is, am, I, were, all being. Maybe I should read them. Is, am, are, was, were, be, been, being. To promote clearer, more objective, and less judgmental communication. It forces the speaker to identify actors and specific actions, reducing absolute dogmatic assertions. That shit just sound dope. I still want an example of that shit.
Show is sponsored by Food Panda in Taiwan.
Yes or no? These kind of things pop up in law cases all the time, at least on television, and it forces a person to say something is something. It creates a metaphor. Instead, a person could say, I think I saw a brown Toyota from the distance and lighting conditions that I was in, that I found myself in that night. Or I feel 90% confident that I saw a brown Toyota. Those statements have clarity, and people can refute or support those statements very well. A couple other weird examples. It is raining. What is it, for one thing? But it is raining. How can you say that? That statement feels weird to say any other way. You might say, rain happens. You might say, I see rain. Again, the observer is it part of the sentence.
Sounds like Asian proverb or something. Rain happens.
And you measure it with a tool, your eyes. It looks like rain today to me. Again,
do I need an umbrella?
And the
rain happens.
Using to measure.
Do I need an umbrella? Rain happens. You're not helping me.
I'd be like, did you switch to smoking mushrooms, Joe?
It weed could be raining.
The statement.
What's the benefit of that, though? I don't see it, guys. Am I missing? So what am I missing right here?
In this instance, I hope he's pointing out where it's awkward as opposed to being so clear.
Yeah.
You can interpret the business
I think
of
in this
identity.
sense, it's just to show how easy it is to just go with a program and we didn't notice. Like that makes perfect sense. I didn't notice that before, but to say it's raining outside, what's the that's raining?
Yeah, the simulation.
Objectives communication. I get that some of this will train you to think binarily, but the object is communication. The rest is baggage. As long as I communicate, if I go ooh, ooh, if you know that means water's falling from the sky, that's all it takes. Motherfucker might say it's raining and it's not hazardous to you. You understand that you need an umbrella. Then it was fine.
It's leaking like a water park. You know what that means? It means it's raining outside, right?
I was thinking about some chick.
Mel Pandora. The Chris. That shit. But
she was leaking like a water park.
I heard of a Maybe Logic by Robert Antoine Wilson. You heard of that? Maybe Logic, where he, instead of using to be, he does maybe. He changes it all to maybe. I guess he's because he's into like quantum theory type stuff,
right?
Like multiple possibilities. So he would talk in maybe logic sometimes. Yeah,
I wonder, is it at the risk of communicating?
I'm sure it could be annoying for a partner that has to hear that all the time sometimes.
Unless I don't know, unless they're attuned to it or something. I don't know what the benefits are.
It's an experiment. I guess they're all experiments or whatever. I mean, let's go back to heroin. Heron though. Heron. I'm gonna see if he come on. I sent him a message. Maybe he can come on one of these days. We can chop it up with them. We'll see. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Let me see. That's the wrong one. 5 stupidities in language. There we go.
The last one being the verb to be, eliminating the verb to be from Earthling, and it's known as, the principle of identity. So you got the word the, reification, dualism, absolutism, and identity. Those are the 5 stupidities.
It's so blindingly obvious. Just,
yeah. That's exactly it.
I would never have thought about. Obviously, I've always known about it, say, subconsciously. But
yeah, you need to know that you know it. And again, it's almost horrifying as you develop. You'll begin to hear yourself saying all the stupidest shit. When I realize the stuff that comes out of my mouth, it's humbling. But I've been working on this for years, and I'm getting a little better, but I'm still in rehab. I still think that I'm brain damaged. And as showed earlier when I talked about the main point of Korzybski's work. So it shows you that I'm still brain damaged.
But I would think that's in season to use, right? If he's saying it's the main point of his talk, basically, or the source material.
I dig it. Seasonally, if you understand it seasonably, and the other guy doesn't take his baggage and think you mean something else, then it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, I doubt you're going to sit down before wanting to say it's raining out, have a 20-minute conversation about what we're talking first.
No, just like these are exercises, I guess, in order to sharpen other things and tweak things. Right?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to before. In the the benefit is for self-rewiring and reprogramming.
You can't even say rain is coming down because you can't use is.
Can't use is.
Right. What the fuck are you supposed to say? The water. Water is. No, can't say is. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to say.
I gotta study my Chinese because I'm sure in other language, in Chinese example, there's different grammar things that some of these things may not even be applicable, and it reflects the cultural and the way things go, the life of that. You know what I mean? For those particular people, too.
I do what you mean. They found a way around it naturally.
Exactly.
This bullshit don't apply.
You know, one of the main mistakes. Go ahead.
No, you finish up.
I was going to say one of the main mistakes I hear my students speak, and you probably heard this too with people, that English is a second language. Well, a lot of times they don't differentiate between he or her, or they get the genders mixed up. Like they know English good, but for whatever reason, a lot of times maybe it's not stressed in their language, or they say it differently. They're always like, I notice a lot of students, if it's a girl, a lot of times they'll call it a boy, like she's crying. when it's a boy, and I've seen them do the with the girls too. So what I'm thinking is, for whatever reason, something's not clicking, or in their primary language, it's done differently, or it's not stress, the he or the she type stuff.
I totally understand. I'm eating potato chips, but I totally understand. That made 100%
You've heard that before?
sense.
Talking to people like that before?
I don't think I have, but it made sense.
Maybe you'll notice it now, though. It happens a lot, and it's not just Asian. Maybe it's English thing. The way our English system is different than a lot of other people's primary in terms of that. Yeah, I know Spanish uses an A or O a lot of times to the male and female, for male and female things, to distinguish from that. But
French too.
Yeah, French does too. Yes, is that the Latin roots probably?
Yeah,
because of the Latin root. Yeah. What did you think about New Guru when he talked about the identity? Do you think he would have? Did he touch on something that you were thinking before, or did you think he could have gone more?
He could have gone more. Yeah. He definitely touched on something important there. But I wish I could throw in a bag of what I was referencing to him to add to that. I'm sure he would.
I wish I could too, Guru. I was thinking this is the shit Guru we talking about when he said identity. I wish you could have threw in it too.
Okay, maybe could we, while you're here, what do you think about identity? How that can be an obstacle in communication, or?
I think the root of it is equated to the belief thing, which is all fantasy, and that's the real problem. It's very dishonest, and then again, it sets the stage for all these crazy things that people start doing, and they start acting out. You can believe in your own pretend so hard that you actually believe your own pretend as if it's fact, and then act it out. That's an insane, literally, not facetiously, that's literally an insane proposition there.
Yeah.
Now take a look at the masses and ourselves.
Yeah. Is that why that a lot of people who are waking up or been working on themselves for a while, they seem like crazy people to the masses?
Yes. Because they're in a state of being confronted with their own disillusionment, and that's what will happen a lot. Part of the programming there's ingrained in there is to resist and react to that very mere reflection, and chastise it.
Yeah. So I like the metaphor of if you're visiting your friend in the insane asylum. And you go there and visit them, you're okay. You're only there for a few hours, right? Even though you're seeing madness going around. Majority of people are certified crazy. Well, let's say you stay there. The longer you stay there, the more, even though you're sane, you start. If you're not working on yourself or being diligent, you can become crazy too, huh?
Oh, of course.
And I look at that's why a lot of people they tout themselves as not watching a lot of TV. Or mainstream stuff, or you know what I mean?
Gabe, you made me think, what if you go there and you find a guy who makes more sense than the outside people? Now suddenly you have to, he's the same one. What if you run into that dude in there? Yeah.
Well, that's okay. If we're using the same analogy, then that's like me thinking that I know this, I'm enlightened and all this stuff. And then I go talk to someone about the weather or the 49ers, and I go, if I go, he's just talking sports or whatever. It doesn't mean anything. However, in him talking about sports, he just shows me something that I unlock something in me that, oh my gosh, that was so deep. He may not even know what he was doing. It doesn't matter. So that's, to me, that's an example of that quote unquote crazy person in the insane asylum actually showing you some things. So that's why when people say
is the day out of day I walk with man, woman, or child, that they are not my teacher. And he is saying what you're talking about. You can learn just from watching, or you can pick your own thing out of what they say and you learn from them. Yeah.
Exactly. Because I've definitely been there where it's like, screw all the holidays, this and that, all the normies, quote unquote. But then again, bro, who am I to say? There's a lot of people have there's knowledge everywhere. There's wisdom everywhere. What's up, Paula? How's it going? Good to see you.
All right. How y'all doing?
Hey,
doing good. Yeah. Good to see you, Paula.
Paula.
You were dropping wisdom in there.
Thing.
Yeah, what's up? What do you think about that?
Well, I have a question about it. Because I kind of had some issues and I kind of like shaved my head. So like
Oh
when I
wow.
look in the mirror, it doesn't look like what I used to look like.
That's fucking
Identity.
dope, yo. That is
It's kind of
dope.
weird
That is dope.
because I had my identity with my hair, and now, I look in the mirror and it's like that's not me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it probably sounds really weird, but I had some issues and I had
We're tied to the physical. That's dope.
yes,
Hey,
exactly. But when you look in the mirror and the mirror is not looking back at me like, anyway, it's just really interesting. But it is definitely an interesting object lesson.
you
As
are
far
not
as
your hairstyle. I think I'm beating, but you are not your hairstyle. Yeah, you're saying that you are
This
not
is
the
a
thing. You're
great example,
echoing the
Joe.
lesson of tonight.
Great example right there.
Yeah. That's the opposite, which is like, because I mean, I'm into listening to a lot of different things and stuff, and under the black pill, red pill stuff, like manosphere stuff. There's this kid. I call him a kid because he's 20 years old, right? His name is Clavicular. He's the guy. I don't know if you've seen the clip where he hit the guy. He was in a Cybertruck, and he hit that guy with the car, ran him over, and kept streaming. I know. Well, this is the guy, right? And his whole philosophy and why he's popular with the young folks is because he's into something called looks maxing. Looks maxing means doing whatever it takes to look good, and that's how you increase your worth in life. I know it sounds it's very superficial for sure, but there's people that swear by this thing, and it's not just working out or taking care of your skin, but these kids are now like breaking the bones in their jaw to get like a Giga Chad jawline, and like doing all this weird stuff, right? Taking steroids and all this. Anyway, I heard him say something the other day about he was like, hair is life. He this is what he said on the interview. He said he literally would rather get rid of his penis than get rid of his hair. That's like ridiculous, bro.
There's no end to this insanity.
It's just
exactly.
crazy, bro.
You don't always realize how attached you are to something until you get rid of it. Because I had no clue how attached I was. But now I just have to, go back to staring in the mirror, getting used to what I look like now, and then move on. So it's just,
Because
it's definitely an interesting object lesson, as
it
far
is.
as for me personally,
Yeah, because in the end, you're gonna have to let go of everything, right? Most likely, when you
And not even in the end.
pass on.
No. While you're alive, you're going to have to let go of a lot of things.
For sure. Yeah.
Right? Everything.
Yeah.
There's nothing here that's permanent. Everything is fluid.
Mm.
Right.
Well, then
So
it goes back to that movie. What's that movie? Where that Guy Fawkes makes? What's that movie?
V for Vendetta.
Yeah, where he
Okay.
shaved her head, and then she walked out amongst everybody, and nobody knew who
Yeah.
the fuck she was, and she could just
Yeah.
move through the crowd. I started thinking about that, and it's like, well, damn, that's interesting. But then
Yeah.
I was sitting on my front porch, and the bus driver usually beeps at me when she goes by. She did beep today or yesterday, and I was like,
She saw you.
maybe she didn't recognize me.
Yeah.
I mean, my hair was almost down to my waist, so
Oh, you're
it's
like Crystal Gale. Remember her? Don't you make my brown eyes
no,
blue?
no,
She had
no,
the long
no.
hair.
Hers was down to well,
I said
her
like
no, not
down
nearly.
to her feet, right? Down to her
It
feet.
was like mid calf. Hers was
Yeah.
mid calf, and I have seen
Yeah.
hair longer than hers before.
Yeah. Long
It
hair
was at a
is
rest.
beautiful, but
Well,
I'm
it was at a
sure
restaurant
you
in
rock what you rock
Indianapolis.
with.
Oh, she actually paid people to brush her hair for her. I mean, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
don't have that kind of money, so no. I'll stick with the clippers.
Yeah.
if you treat the vessel like a temporary cocoon, you'll find
Mhm.
yourself on a more aligned path with nature.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah. in the cocoon is where the extreme transformation happens, right? Like,
Right.
I think the butterfly literally liquefies itself and turns into something else. Yeah,
absolutely. We can go deeper with this. You know, it's my view on that aligns with it. We are in a state of metamorphosis here. One way I would put it is, in a certain sense, we're not born yet. We're actually pre-birthing as we speak.
Yeah, I feel you. I have that feeling too when you quote unquote pass on. That might happen, right? I know when people do DMT, one of the smoke DMT, one of the characteristics, that happens a lot for a lot of people is, it seems like a whole bunch of those tykes, those elves or whatever, they're like, yeah, you're here. We're so happy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, happy to see you. It's a celebration. Yeah. You know, yeah. I think all that type of stuff might just be preparation or tools to help you.
Absolutely. And if you line that back,
transition.
Right. If you line that back with the vessel being a cocoon thing, the responsibility of what to do with it, all of a sudden the perspective that changes. You might want to reconsider things, you know?
Yes.
Doritos may not be that good of a choice all of a sudden.
Yeah. I love that, bro. Like it's a cocoon. The vessel's a cocoon.
It's like today I ate vegetarian, or actually, yeah, totally vegetarian.
A cocoon.
Were you satisfied? Yeah.
I have a question. Okay, because I don't really do marijuana, and I've never done DMT, and I did do a half a hit of acid about probably 40 years ago. But anyway, my question is that, if I'm in one of my really, really deep meditative states and I'm laying down, can you go so deep in a meditative state that you actually pass from this state into another?
The same shit I did with those hallucinogenic drugs I did through meditation. So I think the answer is yes.
Yeah. I've heard people say that, it depends.
Depends what you mean by state.
Like dying. Like physically leaving this body and going on.
Astral traveling?
No, I'm not talking astral travel. I can do that. That's not a problem. I'm talking about, can you get so deep in a trance or a deep state of meditation that you literally die or pass or give up the ghost? Whatever you want to call it. Die. Go beyond.
Yeah, I don't see that as being possible because any experience you're having here is through the anatomy while you have breath.
Yeah.
So it's a living experience.
I think if you want, and I think the closest thing to that would be probably would be psychedelics. Because once again, I know people say for my meditation and yoga, I get to, the highest states, and I'm sure that's the truth, but there ain't nothing like, and I'm not advocating it necessarily. There's no high like some of these psychedelics. It's wild in a sense.
Here's the one. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I have a bit
of please go ahead.
Are you sure?
No. I'll just say this. I'm kind of assuming what you're gonna say. I would say the best experience though is being off natty though, because we're here for a reason to be natural. I'll just say that. Yeah, it's very powerful. A lot of beings are probably watching us and wish they were in our space right now.
Yeah,
definitely. If I got the munchies, I'm finna get some cereals, man. These chips ain't doing it, man. I'll be around.
All right, man. Yeah. Thanks for coming, man. What were you saying?
See you later, Joel. Yeah, that's why it's one of the reasons why it's so crucially important to stay focused more on the present. And although those things are interesting for sure,
they are interesting. I think they're a luxury.
But how do they truly serve and what's not? That's more the key question. Now I forget what was I going to say where I yielded to you. What were we talking about before that?
I was talking about psychedelics and
yes, Paul's question. Yeah, to another thing, I think where the key threshold that would answer that more definitively would be what you're really asking there is there a way to detach from breath while having breath?
Well, okay, like when I broke my back, right? I discovered that, the oxycodone or whatever it was only lasting 2 hours, and I have to make it, like 6 or 8 hours to the next pill, right? And I was like, oh, hell no, we're not doing this. So I waited until 6 o'clock the next morning until the full 8 hours was gone, and then I drank a 6-pack of beer. And then, that kind of dulled the pain a little bit, but then I was like, oh my God, I cannot deal with this. So I laid down and I started doing one of my death meditations, And if you want to know, it's not mine totally. It comes from Shenryu Suzuki in the book Zen Mind, Beginner Mind, something like that. Anyway, so I laid down and started doing that. Well, anyway, while I was laying there, I suddenly realized I don't feel pain. I, I didn't feel the pain anymore. So I opened my eyes and it's like everything was blue, So it's like, okay, that's interesting. So I closed my eyes for a little while longer, and then I decided, well, maybe I should sit up and see if it still hurts, So I sat up, and it no longer hurt like pain, but I could feel if I moved my spine the wrong way, because later that I'd just been to the doctor. I had a compression fracture in my L2 vertebrae, and it had like 4 striations in it. Anyway, so I was helping my neighbor up in the yard, okay? I was 59 and she's like 80 something, and I got stupid. My brain thinks I'm 30, when I'm like, I was 59. So anyway, that's how it happened. But, I got up, there was still more pain. I didn't have to take a single pain medication after that. It did hurt if I moved wrong, for that specific vertebrae, but other than that, I had no more pain. Yeah, Lindsay, it's kind of a state of death. You, you, you kind of, you lay down, you go into meditation where, you imagine yourself as being dead, and you gradually let go of this, let go of that, let go of your body, let go of things, let go of people, let go of places, let go of the air, let go of the sky. You just go through all this in your mind and anyway, that's what I was kind of wondering if that went to a certain point, if I would actually go on, or would the
Only
actual
one way to find out.
physical, I know, and I'm kind of scared to try that, but anyway, but,
I
there's also
really
the
doubt it, in
physical.
my opinion, but never say never.
Well, there's always the physical side of that too, because, as long as your body is in a condition where it can breathe, your autonomic nervous system is going to kick into place and it's going to take care of things while you're, out gallivanting around in astrospace or wherever the hell you go,
Yeah,
that's
there's
intense.
and it's pretty deep. There's an interesting reason why I say never too. That's because I can actually feel with the whole cocoon metamorphosis thing that there's a certain point where the exiting part, if you want to call it that, which I think death is a big misnomer. I think that's one of those words that you should just eradicate from your mind.
Your
What can we use instead?
But the exit, right? The that process. When it's right, it's like a labor thing, and you actually instigate it, and you choose it.
Okay.
Well,
As
there's
opposed
actually
to an inevitable outcome because you didn't take care of the cocoon properly, and then now it's just kind of forcing you to you missed the boat and maybe now it's got to recycle or something. Who knows? It's all
Yeah,
question
see,
mark.
that I don't want to screw that up either because I don't want to have
Mhm.
to recycle. But I mean, there's just anyway. There are actually two instances in the Bible where people literally gave up the ghost, and were not. Well, they would have died anyway, but they just chose to go ahead of the final demolition, I guess you could say. But no, my body is actually not in that bad a shape because, over the last 5 years, I've done a lot of work on it. So.
Yeah. With Patrick Bateman, that's good. Yeah, I need to keep doing work. With Patrick Bateman says that we can always do better, though. And he was like
I could
ripped.
stop smoking.
Yeah. Was it Shadow Buddha said something interesting right here? It said we were talking about this because he's a weightlifter. He's a bodybuilder. He says it's funny, natural bodybuilder. He says it's funny because the Buddha advocated for strengthening the body, but as a way to reach a higher consciousness state to enlightenment. Right. Not so much aesthetics, right? Like the looks maxer I was talking about, but and I feel that, right? Like exactly like what New Guru is saying, like that cocoon, we want to make it strong, even though it's a cocoon. When I think of cocoon, I think of temporary, but still, you want to make it strong. So when you're doing our alchemy or transformation, we have a nice, safe place to do it. And what better way than with a strong vessel? Huh?
Not only that, but also the process that's being carried out to get there requires resilience and an amount of nutrition and this and that. All the proper elements need to be in place for that to transpire, and that takes time.
Yeah,
and you got to look at the two things on Earth that do actually make a cocoon. You have the butterfly. Well, I'll put butterfly, caterpillar, all that into one section, and spiders into the other. The spider silks and the silkworm silks are two of the strongest things on the planet. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're threading too. Yeah,
it has to be really, really strong and protective place.
Right.
But we're not in a terribly strong protective place.
Right, vulnerability, and with this outlook too, you'll have more of an awareness with humility. You'll look at things like a literal caterpillar who's in a cocoon, and you'll realize that a lot of things could go sideways there.
Oh yeah.
Some kid could come and just squish the thing with his fingers, Yeah. So taking this into account, this also not only gives a perspective of how to be more meticulous and responsible with how we take care of ourselves, but with how we treat other people too.
Yes.
Yeah, but you got to think of like the silk farms where they gather up a whole shitload of silkworms and they dump them in a big pot and boil them and kill them, harvest them, kill them, and then, take their silks. It's really gross, which is why I will never buy silk again, ever. So, anyway.
That's a reflection of what we've been talking about, like the people, the stupidity not only of the English language, but just in general. That's messed up. Yeah. Well, the butterfly is definitely something that's my personal narrative. That's the big thing. I mean, back in the day, I was looking at that book in Barnes and Noble. It's called The Birthday Book, and it has all the zodiacs, like everyone's birthday, right, in there, and like breaking it down, and each day has a symbol or whatever. And mine is November 10th, the day of metamorphosis, and that the caterpillar and the butterflies, that's the symbol right there in the cocoon. And I have to remember that because in my life where it seems like maybe I haven't been changing, but little by little, I think I am. I'm chipping away. And I really have this knowing that there's going to come a point where people won't even recognize me, so
yeah,
in a good way. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Even yourself, right?
Myself. Yeah, exactly. Right.
And that's part of the process. And not only to recognize that, but to realize why it's important not to be attached.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about that earlier, because that will always lead to disappointment. And then all of a sudden you start doing these crazy things out of insecurity, which will inadvertently hinder what was supposed to happen in the cocoon. And you do it to yourself. Right?
Yeah. And what about being attached? Like if you're having like a ecstasy, like a great moment, meaning not the drug, but like you're having such a great moment, don't even really be attached to that. And then maybe one way to do that is just to be in the whatever experience you are, instead of thinking like, oh my gosh, I want this to last forever. But just
always be in the present. Yeah, just be in it, right? Like every single be in it, and be in gratitude, and be in the most meticulous bar that you set for yourself of honesty, accountability, and responsibility. And making health as your first priority, because that equates back to the cocoon thing again, right?
Yes.
Is that what I will tell you something. I'll tell you something though. You know, when you're old, don't forget the little things that your kids did when they were little. You know, you don't forget.
Oh yeah. This is I'm glad you said that, because that's me. I'm a nostalgic person, and I, as well as being in the present, and I know this time, my son Ben being 7 is such a blessed time right now, because he's getting to be, he's a little man. However, he still has that innocence there, and I love every moment. It's great. I don't mean to be like fucking like whatever. I love this experience, but I assume like when he's like your son's age, Paula, when they're older, that'll be great too. But I'm just really happy. I'm blessed to experience my son right now at being 7 years old. Ben, it's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. Yeah.
It's great until they turn about 18, 19. Then you go from being, wow, mom and dad are awesome, super. Then you go from being, geez, mom and dad are the stupidest things I ever met. They don't know this, they don't know that. Oh, they're so stupid. Then you hit about 40, 45, and you start thinking, damn, my parents knew some shit after all,
Yeah, I think by then, when he's 40, I'll be on my way, because I had him when I was 40. So that's why health and longevity is important. It's because I want to be around for at least that healthy. What did you say? Your mom passed away?
She passed away when I was 45.
Your mom did?
Yeah, my dad.
Wow, that's a blessing. My mom passed away when I was 20 too. Yeah.
Let's see, what's 45 minus 8 would be 37. Would that be 37? I was 37 when my dad died.
40s? Yeah, for a long time.
37.
When somebody passes or departs from your life, it's usually going to be the biggest test for that attachment thing.
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to remind you, right?
Yeah. I was in it for years when she passed away, like feeling sorry for myself and ruminating about that. And it is a test, definitely, because she was super good to me. Super good to me.
Yeah, because my mom died in March of 2009, and my fiance died in November. So that was a fucked up.
That's a lot of tests.
That was a double whammy.
Yeah.
But I'm still here.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? When we go through those tests, it's just life, the reality of life, knocking on your ego, saying, "Hello, you're missing the boat at this moment. You need to have a reality check, and the sooner you do it, the faster you get back to where you need to be, being in peace, focusing on what's for the self part, blah blah blah." Right?
Yeah.
Well, I actually had to get a lot stronger. I had to get a lot tougher. And I had to learn to fight a lot harder. As far as, peace, beauty, whatever. It doesn't always turn out that way. Sometimes you have to learn to get the inner bitch going, to survive. A lot of people don't get that, but some of the ladies in the Markella,
yeah.
Yeah, she would probably understand that you have to get that inner bitch going. Sometimes she just
she
doesn't
got.
want
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, she handles herself with grace, but I've seen her when she's assertive and stands on what she believes in, and goes to bat for me even.
You can do that if necessary, to deal with an issue, but you can do that without being disturbed from your inner peace. That's the key. And to know how to do that, and to be grounded in that inner peace at all times is a fundamental responsibility. And if you lose sight of that, consequences for you are dire.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. It's the situation I'm in now. My inner peace is not happy.
Yeah.
What's a good way to get, in general, to get back to that? If you're in a moment of stress or despair, you think you can share?
Let go.
Let go. Okay.
Let go. Be in the moment. Be in the present. It's a practice thing. I mentioned this earlier. I mean, the key is to get to the point where you don't let yourself from slipping to begin with, which practice, you get better at whatever you practice, but until you get to that point, then you just make it a habitual practice to be conscious of this, and the moment you feel yourself slip, you just go right back into let go, be in the moment, be in gratitude, carry on, everything is good. The conflicts on the outside, whatever they are, they're like pendulum swings. Storms come and go, they pass, right?
Yeah. They do.
Well,
But
in the
you
words
and
of
yourself,
DMX,
that's a constant.
in the words of DMX, I slip, I fall, I can't get up. I slip, I fall. You know,
Right?
all I'm saying is, you know.
And I know sometimes it's tough because, like, when we screw up, especially with health, right? We're going to go through a turbulation, and it's going to pull us. And I know what it's like, right? I've had my challenges, and it's like in those moments, you're feeling angry and aggravated because you're in pain or whatever it is, and then that works against you, right? So the lesson there is to make that health and everything a priority, to be so far ahead of the curve that, you know, when things slip a little and whatnot, you have a cushion, you can relax, just ride out. The body is pretty resilient, right?
It is.
And if you're going to go up the ladder when you live like me, a lot of times in the middle of nowhere, make sure you have rubber on your boots, especially if it's wet out. Pay attention, right? Pay attention to what you're doing always.
Yeah.
Both innerly and outwardly.
Yeah. I got one more.
I'm doing fine with the mental, not so good.
Yeah. I got one more. What if you are, God forbid, you are that chronic pain in that spot? How do you get back to zero? In terms of mentality, I guess. When it's like hard to shake it. You said let go, but like, you know, how much easier said than done, huh? When you're in the middle of it.
Are you excuse me, are you talking about physical or
physical? I'm talking about physical pain.
Yeah, you got to just be tough and focus on optimism, discipline, and consistency.
I focus on
when
that.
A lot of people would use the word faith here, and I used optimism because faith is a word that gets conflicted with other things, so I purposely try to avoid that word. But you could say faith, right? Have faith that, you know, your body is designed to heal, and do the things that you need to do properly. And there's probably a lot of learning that you need to do when it comes to that. Learn about fasting, and a bunch of things nutrition wise to take care of that vessel, and just let nature take its course. You have to be patient.
Did you know, like, when my wife and I, we've been married for 13 years, and the first 6 years we tried to have babies, right? It didn't happen. And then my wife, she did a 21-day fast, a water fast, and like a week later she got pregnant. We got pregnant. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And I think that definitely was one of the catalysts for that, you know?
Yeah. I do
Question, what was
fasting a
her
lot.
morning sickness after that too? Did she have a lot of morning sickness when she got pregnant?
No, actually not really. The second baby she did. Yeah. She had that, but not for
Okay,
not.
so the first baby, when she did that fast and got all the crap out of her system,
Mhm.
then that, because a lot of times when people have morning sickness, really bad morning sickness, their body
Yeah,
is actually detoxing,
really.
so that
That makes
their
sense.
body can take care of the baby,
Yeah,
because your body just goes full on baby mode,
That makes
know.
perfect
yeah,
sense.
that makes sense, bro. I never
Yeah,
heard
it's got to
that.
like clear the
I like
way,
that.
and
Yeah,
yeah, that would make sense.
that maybe that's why she didn't have the morning sickness, because she shook, a lot of the toxins already, and whatnot. Yeah. But Nuguru, I love that advice about being tough and like optimistic and pushing through, and having been disciplined to get to zero. Because once you get to zero, then we can talk about what you said first about giving yourself a buffer, right, of health, right. So
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
do get sick again or whatever, you have a cushion, right? So you can get
Yeah, really. If you're doing things right, you'll have such a cushion that you never get sick. I haven't in a
right,
long time now, right?
right.
Getting so much as a cold is, a lot of people are conditioned to think that that's just something that happens, blah blah blah. That's actually a pretty big deal. If
Yeah.
that happens, your body is letting you know that you're in a serious state, that its filter system is clogged and it needs to purge, and you've let things go too long. That should never happen.
The same with the flu too, because your body is
Yes.
basically detoxing
Yeah.
the exosomes.
Yes.
I
Now,
think the only
unless if
reason,
you contaminated yourself, right, with eating some food poisoning or something like that, then it's too much in your system. Yes, you're going to have a reaction probably like that, but just in general,
it's probably the only reason why it's not, people don't take it so seriously, is because, like you said, the body's very resilient, and unless your immune system's already compromised or you're an elderly person, you're not going to see how serious a cold or the flu is.
I think it's also conditioning. People are conditioned to
Conditioning,
think that
Yeah.
a cold every once in a while is just a part of life.
Normal, yeah, once a year.
Right, and this is why we have pharma and blah blah blah. Well, who said that other than pharma? Who's going to profit off that bullshit? Heavily. That's a bunch of bullshit.
It's like I've had like two flu shots in my entire adult life. So
Not a lot. It's not a lot.
well, I'm
Yeah.
61. I'm going on 62. I'll be 62 in May. So
Yeah, so if you're doing the right things, you will get to a point where you're so far ahead of the curve that not only are you mitigating those things, but you have the strength, and it all kind of full circles correlates together and makes sense, right? Like there's a reason why the body's designed the way that it is, so that if you look at yourself in more of a true pharaoh-like state, not like the domesticated sit in a cubicle almost all 3/4 of our life, whether it's in school or an office or whatever, that's gonna definitely wreak havoc on the body, right?
Well, what about your tag, Nude Guru? Is that because you're a nudist yogi?
No. Although, just for sake of curiosity, I do like to be natural, but that's totally different conversation in itself. No, it's a combination of maybe, as Paul would put it, satire, non-satire.
I see. Yeah, or as dorks say, bit not bit.
I know, like that. Yeah, except it's mocking. Like, look at it this way: guru. A lot of people would call themselves a guru. It's quite an egotistical stance that people would put them on pedestal, right? And nude would be like absence of or egoless. So it's kind of mocking and right, and it's kind of sets the stage, baits people when they look at it, and they expose themselves to me when they have presumptions about it.
Maybe that's like when I had the NPC the game name. Like, hey man, I'll call myself an NPC, whatever.
There you go.
But Nude Guru, that's cool though, because I definitely don't get the pretentiousness that someone with your knowledge would would a lot of those people we see around here that would probably in the same position, they probably would literally think they were a guru, and propagate that. So I can see that. I can see the bit on there. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think it's appalling. You know, it makes
Is
me
it
nauseous.
kind of an oxymoron? Is that another term for it?
Yeah.
An oxymoron.
Kind of, yeah. It's satire. It mocks the idea of that, and at the same time, there is a bit of reference to the opposite. Nude meaning naked of or absence of, or without intention of being ego. So non-attached to ego. Look at it that way.
So it fits, yeah. But I would think too, but that's in our Western mind, the way we look at guru, we think of like Osho or some of these scary guys, or even if you're Christian, like David Koresh or something like that. But in the Eastern, particularly the Hindu mind, a guru is a term of respect in terms of like a teacher, a mentor, you know?
Yeah.
And so in a way, it's kind of true though. That's an ironic because some way see you as a guru. Like today, you're definitely a guru on here. I mean, so
sure. And I would respond to that by saying we're all students and teachers. Go ahead, Paul.
Yes.
When I first saw his name, I thought, Nude Guru. This guy sounds interesting. Let's get to know him. And he's hilarious. He's absolutely hilarious. So
yeah, it's a hilarious, serious
like
dude.
Basically poking fun at the system. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, just.
Yeah. Well, he's been a good supporter of the channel, this channel for like over a year, and it's always enjoy when he shares his wisdom. And I'm gonna glaze him because this is epic. Lindsay was like, "Oh my God, his new guru up there." Because I don't think you make that many appearances. So I haven't seen that many appearances on panel, and I really appreciate you and Paula for coming on today. But guru, I thank you for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure too. Yeah, it is kind of like Joe was saying before. It's a bit few and far between, especially for the live ones. I like to, I'm choosy where I put my focus and time. If there's something meaningful going on, then it'll entice me to engage. You know, and this one was a little more than even just some of your typical interesting content. So I was enticed to come up.
Great, we're on the right track. And Lindsay has a question for you, Guru. She has a question from the Guru. She says, "What does a person like you, who values balance and temperance and health, come to YouTube chats?" No, I think you just explained right there. Kind of funny, yeah, in a way. But
that's a good question. It depends. Sometimes it's just for an enjoyment of engaging with interesting company. Sometimes it's to look for feedback on certain things that I'm trying, and sometimes it's psychological experiments. Like in Jax. That's a playground for that.
Yeah.
It's like learning. You know, you learn from all kinds of things.
Yeah.
You know, and if the subject matter is interesting, you know, then it's time to join in.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I definitely had a learning experience at Jax today. That was wild. Yeah. And with that said, I'm gonna see what's up with the kids, my child and my wife and dogs. And I hope you guys don't be a stranger. We're gonna keep having more of these fun talks. Yeah.
I'm sorry to keep you up.
Yeah,
so
for
late.
sure.
Well, it's early for me.
I'm there.
Paula,
you're on the Asian side, I think.
Yeah, I'm in Taiwan. It's 1:44 p.m. on a Sunday. I'm Marty McFly, Back to the Future. Yeah, getting the party started. Yeah, but it's night, huh? 12:44 a.m.
here. Yeah.
Aha, I got it. East Coast.
You're good. East Coast. Yeah.
And I have my world clock set because all my friends live somewhere else. I live around here, really. Yeah. Yeah. But I hope you guys enjoy yourself, and I've really enjoyed your company. And Ben, if he listens to this when he's older, I'm sure he'll like this one a lot. Appreciate you guys.
Well, we appreciate.
Thanks for having me up. I enjoyed it too. Look out for some more in the future, and good to see you again, Paula. Glad to see you. It's been a
Good
while.
to see you too. That's why I hopped up because I had questions for you.
Yeah.
So
I
anyway,
know, yeah. You got him in, huh? Oh yeah.
got him.
So
I found him. I
yeah,
got him.
yeah. I got a cool outro for you. One of my vlogs with me and my wife and my friend. We'll play on the outro. And Lindsay, I remember the pear shape for sure. Shout out to Paul the enslaved one. Yeah, and all that. Yeah, for sure.
Much love, y'all. Much love.
Much love, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye. Take care. Yeah. Lindsay, you're fucking crazy. Yeah. pear Max, and yeah. I like a Bosque pear. Yeah. Those are good. Yeah. Even with that guy, bro, life is too short, right? To hold grudges and stuff. But I'm happy that you guys came today. This has been epic. You made my day. This has been A Language Machine with Heron Stone, Joe Cool, New Guru, Max Visions, Paula, Knit. It's been a great experience, and everyone in the chat, Markella, Lindsay, Wicked, Saw Sweat, Swear. Good to see you. Shadow Buddha, my twin. Everybody, much love. I'll see you soon. Check out this outro. Tell me what you think. Peace. Gabriel Carbo. Love you, Ben. Talk to you soon. Bye.